Yeah,
What's
I guess.
popping gamers? Hit him with the what's popping gamers.
It's gonna be
What's
feel terrible the
poppin'
first time to do
gamers?
this.
What's popping gamers? Do we just like? I think we could just fade into this. I think that's funny if we do that. Yeah. Like I'll keep all of this in. This is the start.
Just cold open.
Yeah. Hello everybody. This is Beach Gen Game Club. If you made it here, congrats. I don't know how we're gonna like fucking advertise this yet. I shouldn't say fuck in the start of the.
No, it's fine.
Don't worry about it. Okay, so yeah, this is like it's like a book club, but for video games, and specifically the 6th generation of video games. Now you may have like slightly different definitions of what that actually entails. I think the obvious ones are Dreamcast, PlayStation 2, GameCube, Xbox, Game Boy Advance probably as well. This will also include PSP and DS games. Maybe we can also go into like our reasons for like selecting all these platforms, blah blah blah. Yeah, the impetus for this whole idea came originally from Alan, and he had sort of also, yeah, like a larger kind of idea. Okay, why are we focusing on Gen 6 games specifically? Do you want to go into that?
Yeah, so like I was born just before the GameCube was, and it ended up being like a super influential part of my life. It's like the thing that got me into games. And it occurred to me, like as I've watched the years go by, you know, stuff like Wind Waker and Smash Brothers Melee are still like they're going to be celebrated for long after people have forgotten what a GameCube is. But maybe some other things from that era are already starting to slip away as like experiences that people can have. And because we're the generation that, you know, like lived through this generation of games, it's kind of our job to make sure people remember what was good and what was like worth remembering. As much as like any group of people can decide that, of course. But
yeah.
So I just wanted to kind of thoroughly like look through this era.
Yeah, obviously anybody at any age group could like at some point decide, okay, I want to go back and play this weird little purple cube, right? But we're the ones who actually like lived through that, and there's some, again, as we were preparing this episode, I was already sort of remembering anecdotes at the time, and it's just something that's super unique to us, right? And I think then taking this opportunity to like make it like this formal, easily archivable and research, like, you know, you can easily cite it again, reference it again later. I think that's a really cool idea. And I guess Gen 6 is like weirdly one of the less accessible generations as well, on just the logistical kind of level. It's kind of weird to emulate most of the consoles, like definitely weirder than like PlayStation 1 or Super Nintendo or something like that. And yeah, I think that serves like as a little extra incentive.
Yeah. Like, I think is another point on how like we're kind of the generation that needs to pick up the slack and like almost preserve that experience. Like we're already kind of crossing the point where it's just becoming harder and harder to access, like especially in the past couple of years with like hardware getting harder to get your hands on, or just the prices of things being like just way too ridiculous to keep up with for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So in this period of time before emulators are as accessible as they should be, it's definitely wow, I can't talk. I mean, you picked up the main point, but yeah, like
this is like the window of time we have to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like sort of our so there's a lot going into this where we have a lot of little ideas floating around, but this is sort of our main category where we take a whole month to discuss a game. So this is our first impressions, expectations kind of round. Some of us have some experience with the game in question, some do not at all. And by the time you listen to this, we will have finished the game, so it will be like 2 or 3 separate sessions where we get together. And the game in question, you already see this in the title, it's Shenmue. Dreamcast Sega classic. Yeah, this kind of came about because I think I had like this random list of games. I was like, damn, I should really get around to playing these. And I realized, oh shit, this fits perfectly right. It's Gen 6. I think most of us, like Luke, Al, and I, we hadn't played it. And it sort of, was not this crazy ass time commitment. Yeah. And also, I didn't have a Dreamcast as a kid. So.
I don't know anyone who did, honestly.
People need to stop pretending that they had a Dreamcast. Like, come on, man.
I'm the only person I knew growing up who had a Dreamcast.
Oh, you had one? Or
yeah.
Oh shit. That's
weird. I don't remember where or how I got it, but I still have it somehow.
Did you have like a bass fishing game and a racing game and that's it?
I definitely had a generic CD case with generic, probably sports, probably racing games, and Sonic Adventure.
Okay, yeah.
So
covering all my bases.
Pang is asking in chat, should we do introductions after we finish the intro? Well, this is the intro if you're listening to this. I guess like we were gonna have like such a wildly rotating cast. I feel like it might be a little bit cumbersome if we introduce ourselves every time. Yeah.
Oh, you're totally right.
Yeah. So I feel like I'm hoping. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna provide the visuals like for who's talking and stuff as well. So I'm hoping like just in the context of the conversation, like things are hopefully gonna be okay to listen to for most people. Yeah.
So I guess I guess getting like right into it. Does anyone have like any expectations for whether they'll be a big fan of Shenmue, like coming out of this experience? I know personally, it's kind of a like. I've heard anecdotally over the years, it's kind of a slow clunker, but that doesn't tend to put me off from games, and I think I'll get a lot out of basking in the sixth gen $50 million budget opulence.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see that at least, but I think I'll probably enjoy the game a lot. But
yeah,
I have a suspicion that I feel like I would have had, or I'm gonna have, vastly different opinions on this game depending on like the exact point in my life that I play it.
Yeah.
I don't know where I would be at right now if I played it. But I mean, you know, this fucking anonymous ass podcast, like you may not know me yet, right? But I'm pretty like action brained with most games. So I don't know. I hope I appreciate it. Yeah.
Hell
yeah, for sure. I think there's been like a wave of like reborn criticism of the game, like as the game has kind of become more accessible with like the HD collections. Like, I mean, there's no point even like saying specific names because I think a lot of people like discovering Shenmue for the first time, like they'll view it in a modern lens, and when it doesn't quite like scratch what they think it will, they almost project onto the game itself of like a certain level of quality they don't think it hits. I haven't played it personally. I want to say I'm going to enjoy it, at least for what it is. Even though, kind of similar to Ziad, I'm a little more, I guess, action-pilled than it not action-pilled, I suppose. But something I'm specifically interested in is any potential through line of like Yu Suzuki and his work beforehand, because I'm a little familiar with what he's done beforehand. Like I've played Outrun and Super Hang-On, which are two Yu Suzuki games. And I guess Afterburner and Space Area, right? Or did he not make Afterburner?
I'm not definitely his games. Those are definitely M2 games.
Yeah, exactly. So that his previous work at M2 and then or AM2, I guess. Following into Shenmue is something I'm interested. I'm wondering if there's like any sort of like connecting thread there, whether it like not necessarily through like gaming mechanics, but more so like Yu Suzuki's tendency to like really make like finely crafted games around like almost like mundane parts of life, whether it's like driving a sports car or driving a motorcycle or exploring towns and talking to people. You know what I mean? Like I feel like there might be some kind of
worldview.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like Outrun is such a good example because it was always I remember Yu Suzuki like always stressing the distinction between this is not a racing game, this is a driving game. And
Yeah.
when you talk about like modern re-releases of Outrun, they're always like, yeah, you can't do it without the Ferrari, because like, because that's such an integral part of the experience for some. I mean, I'm not never gonna afford a Ferrari, so I don't know, but yeah.
So I hope you don't mind me jumping in real quick, but
Yeah.
Sure.
something you touched on there was like the idea of viewing it for this modern lens. But the game was described to me as like Yakuza before Yakuza, but I'm trying not to think of it that way. I do generally prefer to evaluate games with the mindset of what they would have been like at the time, because I think you start to understand the value of these ambitious and innovative games if you then imagine a time where some of those game design conventions that we take for granted now were not really so common or well understood.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But that said, I am playing the HD collection and I have borderless windows, so I might just open up another window and put my favorite OnlyFans creator on. Who knows?
I always get like a little bit disheartened because I've had this experience a couple times now where someone would pull me over and be like, "Dude, don't play fucking Shenmue. Like Yakuza's basically the same thing. Like, what are you talking about? Like, and it doesn't
that's so
actually,
reductive.
yeah, it doesn't actually. I don't know. I mean, I haven't really played them. I mean, I'm very experienced with the Yakuza series, but
Yeah, same here.
yeah, I can't really gauge how much relation there is. Obviously, there's some cross pollination between like the two studios where we're probably going to go into this more later, but Toshihiro Nagoshi, who was the head of RGG Studio, he originated from Sega AM2, and then exactly when Shenmue started development, that's when he requested his own development division, which was known as Amusement Vision, the Super Monkey Ball, F-Zero GX.
He also worked on
good
Jet
for
Set
that.
Radio, right?
Did he?
No, that was Smilebit. So Smilebit was all the Panzer Dragoon Saga people, so Team
Yeah.
Andromeda in the mid-90s. They formed Smilebit. That company did Jet Set Radio Future, the first Jet Set Radio, some other random stuff. They did Gun Valkyrie, they did Panzer Dragoon Orta. And that team merged with Nagoshi's team in the mid-2000s. And so they were all involved with Yakuza. If you look at, like, I think the director of Yakuza 0 was like lead artist on Jet Set Radio, or like had some like lead position. But yeah, those two teams have been like very close since the mid 2000s.
This is actually maybe a good segue. We have 3 people here who have some outside experience with the game already, like outside of this book club. Does one of you guys want to chime in maybe a little bit?
Yeah, I can talk a bit. So I've been playing Shenmue on and off for about the last year and a half, 2 years. I think since 6 months of the pandemic or so. And yeah, it's just been I played the Yakuza games first. I'm a huge Nagoshi fan through his works. And I've always known he was he's like a shadow director on Shenmue, like. Because the project was like in such dire straits, he was pulled in and basically did like 6 months of work under, because he's always been Yu Suzuki's right hand man, like all the way back from he's an old AM2 guy. He directed Daytona USA. He was very integral to like AM2's workflow. So coming back to like after I got a Dreamcast, I was like, well, I have to play this game. Like it's just so essential. It's a very comfy nighttime game. I play it a lot before I go to bed. I'm really glad we put this club together because I sort of dropped off for maybe the last like 4 or 5 months playing this. So this will be a good chance for me to finally like dig into the last disc and clean up and like gather my thoughts in a way that I haven't really been able to up to this point.
Let's fucking go. So Bjorn, maybe do you have some takes on Shenmue?
Yeah, I think I first played the game after getting a cheap copy of Shenmue 2 for the Xbox, and watched the included DVD, and then later I got a Dreamcast from my kind of like a German blockbuster shutting down, and they their console stuff, and so I think I grabbed the Dreamcast for like €10 or something, and then got Shenmue and played through that. It was a weird experience because it was also before playing a lot of games that seemed very similar to it, or even later Yakuza games before I played other Japanese adventure games, stuff like Tulip, for example, or Moon, which I feel is more similar to like a chill experience of Shenmue. And then just moved on to my Xbox version of Shenmue 2. Waited like all this time for the third part, and I haven't even touched it. I kickstarted the game. I have the PS4 version still sealed in my shelf. After the initial reception to the game, I'm just scared to play it. I think at this point. and I
oh sorry.
Yeah, and I'm just glad to go back to the first game now. I got the remaster version and played through that. I think up until the harbor part, and then just I think moved on because other things were happening. So I'm hoping to like really try to experience the game this time with further knowledge of different Japanese or other
Stuff,
other games that are very similar to this. I feel it stems really from, or it has a similar vibe to Japanese adventure games, which I'm much more familiar now than I was like in, I think it was 2008 or so when I first played Shenmue.
Yeah. I was looking at our notes here, and I noticed that they advertised the game as its own new genre, which if you're a fan of Japanese like game dev trivia, it's not an uncommon thing. Every Tales of game is technically a new genre according to Tales of team. But it says they dubbed it the Full Reactive Eyes Entertainment, or free, which I think is pretty interesting.
So awesome,
because Japan has like a kind of a different definition of RPG than what we have over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Shenmue is like very much right in the middle of that lineage. Like it clearly takes like some townisms from some like Super Nintendo like JRPGs. And it would clearly go on to inspire things that get an RPG label over there, like something like Astral Chain. Is an action RPG in Japan because of its towns and its setting, and that kind of whole focus on that design is kind of like I think it's interesting that they decided it was completely unique here because it's like a very I guess in retrospect it's really easy to look back on the design lineage it's a part of.
Yeah, it's so interesting because like I was talking about this in the pre-show with Björn, where there was like this German TV program. It's called Game One, and literally because we just completely lacked a frame of reference for a game like Shenmue, the way they had to pitch it to like dumb teenagers like us was like, oh yeah, this is actually open world before GTA, you know, and obviously now, I mean, and it's funny, Alan mentioned this also, that yeah, literally they, once it came time to talk about Yakuza, then once that was sort of popular in the West, it had the same kind of fate where, oh, that's the Japanese Grand Theft Auto, right? But I guess like the way, to me, the most defining feature of like a GTA is that it's a like systems driven sandbox, right? It was really, GTA 3 was like the first of its kind there, feels like. And Shenmue is not like that at all. It's way more static. It's segmented screens.
Yeah, it's a JRPG.
Yeah.
It's I believe in development it was even called Virtua RPG or something like that.
Yeah,
it's
Virtua Fighter originally, yeah.
Yeah, which I mean, I know there might be some proclivities amongst our group to not be a fan of, but you know, it's interesting to see a time when the JRPG was like the technological aesthetic workhorse of video games.
Yeah.
Because like nowadays, I would say that is very much not the case. Most JRPGs are budget projects, unless they're like, I don't know, Final Fantasy VII remake or something.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see back when developers thought making like a game like this was worth making the biggest budget video game of all time. there's also, I mean, video games like cinematic ambitions date back to like the start of the medium, but this I would say is also like right around the time when it gets like games are doing it all the time now. You have a lot of stuff on the PS1 in Japan. That Metal Gear Solid is kind of what we are like in the West. We like, oh, that is when games started doing cinema. But it's also like way more common in Japan only PS1 games than it was in English ones. So I'm excited to see Shenmue as like the kind of one of the big projects of that next generation of that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pitch for this game at the time was like, oh my god, you can fucking open every drawer. Holy shit, there's like socks in every single one of them. That's so crazy. And
you know,
yeah, it's like this game famously. I mean, I don't know if this is entirely accurate to frame it that way, but seems like it was almost single-handedly responsible for yeeting Sega out of the console business.
yeah.
I heard like an insane,
help.
yeah, I had heard an insane figure at the time that like, yeah, every Dreamcast owner would have had to buy this game twice for it to be like profitable.
I think I've heard that too.
So Sega was so insolvent like around the time that Shenmue came out that basically they were only able to keep going out of like personal loans from the president. And when he died, he left his estate to the company, and at that point they were like, okay, we're gonna take this nest egg, and then we're gonna go third party, or else we're gonna die. Like, we're gonna waste all this money otherwise, because they're just, yeah, it was and this game was a big part of that. There's just like the enormous budget, the lack of sales for the Dreamcast, needing like an insane, unrealistic attach rate to even like recoup the costs. Yeah, it very Dreamcast had a lot of issues, but this game in particular. Now, I will say the other thing that sometimes people underreport on is that when they cite the development budget for this game, a lot of it included pre-work on Shenmue 2 as well, because they shared the same engine and some of a decent amount of the same assets. So they did at least like squeeze a little bit of extra out. But I mean, we're not that many people playing Shenmue 2 like in the West. I assume it sold even worse than this one, because it's just, you know, random. If you look at the reviews for like Shenmue 1 at the time versus Shenmue 2, it's like a night and day difference. Like Shenmue 1 is like, it's a strange game, but it's like, you know, really revolutionary and looks amazing, blah blah blah. And then Shenmue 2 comes out a couple years later. It's like, this game looks like ass now. It's annoying to play. It's sitting on Xbox. I could be playing Halo instead. Like, what am I doing with this game? Like, so I 100%, this game really did not put Sega in an amazing position financially.
The times are changing so fast.
For comparison, Shenmue 1 sold 1.2 million. Shenmue 2 sold 100,000.
Wow.
Oh,
Christ,
gosh.
dude, holy fuck.
That's tragic. It's also like, I think like as gamers, we tend to underestimate how big the gaming market is now. Shenmue was like, obviously the Dreamcast was a more niche system than something like the PS2, which would obviously came out later. But you hear of like a game like Nier Automata, and it sells like 7 million units nowadays, whereas Shenmue was this big blockbuster system seller with like all of Sega in it, and it cracked like 1 million. Like, it is games were decidedly still more niche at this time.
Bjorn mentioned earlier the Shenmue 1 DVD, where, so with Shenmue 2 and Xbox, obviously because they assumed that a lot of people jumping into it didn't own Dreamcast, they don't have a way to play Shenmue 1, so they would bundle it with a DVD that sort of compiles it into this movie instead. And I just distinctly remember at the time, where the Xbox was just so much more prolific, even in Germany, for example, where we're from. Where a lot of people sort of, when they recommended these games, they naturally seemed like, yeah, I know you don't own Dreamcast, just get Shenmue 2 on Xbox and then watch the fucking movie, you know?
The 358 over 2.
Yeah. I don't know, it's just like, it's so interesting.
Don't play Yakuza 1 and 2, just grab 3 and watch the movies.
Oh, bro, just watch a Let's Play. And That's so crazy to me. It's also like, it's interesting. I've been scrolling through the staff while working on this, and like, there are big names, or well, people who would later become big names, literally everywhere, like in every department of this game's design. And so I'm excited to see if I can maybe see some like, a lot of these people. It seems like maybe it was their first project or something at Sega, because obviously the staff for this game was enormous, relative to other Sega projects at the time.
Right.
So I'm excited to see if maybe we can see the seeds of like future trends that would grow here, not just from the game's design, but from maybe the people who worked on it.
Yeah.
I remember, so we did another sort of Discord thing where we talked about a bunch of other games, and like one of those games was, actually two of those games were Super Monkey Ball and F-Zero GX, and I remember Pangburn saying like, and that really kind of stuck with me, that just so many of the like greatest talents and like minds ever are consolidated in this one studio. And it's sort of it's sort of all entangled with like this cross-pollination with Shenmue somehow. And then you could even look at Team Andromeda, the Panzer Dragoon guys turning to Smile Bits, doing all those bangers on like the early Xbox stuff.
Sega at the time seems to be a very disparate but very high quality like set of developers. Like they were making some of not only like the most like design influential games. You know, you have Jet Set Radio with its cell shading, which proved to be beyond influential. You have one of the tightest racing games ever with F-Zero GX, but you also have like, they're very technically impressive games for the time. Like Shenmue, Jet Set Radio, F-Zero GX are all like kind of like killer in that regard. And there's so much talent there that I think often like game discussions like this will over appreciate the artistic talent and underappreciate like the technical talent that goes into game development. So I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I always remember the story of them, of Nagashi saying that Nintendo called them after working on F-Zero GX and just asking, how did you do this? Like they were impressed how much they could get out of their own hardware. So yeah, that was insane. Like I think that was the Monkey Ball engine or some reworked engine of that for F-Zero GX. Like still, you put in this game, it's incredibly impressive. Like even now, how fast this thing moves and still looks so incredible. So yeah, Sega was just putting out super like both artistically and also technically in incredible stuff up until the end. I still want to play like Se Gagaga at one point, which is like this swan song of the Dreamcast, where it's just okay, we put every crazy idea into this and even make fun of ourselves.
Yeah, and especially with AM2, which is like the main developer behind Shenmue. Like when you think about 3D arcade games, like they were at the forefront of even the technology behind it. Like if you think about like by the time Shenmue came out, like you had the early what we considered like separate discrete like GPUs, right? Like the Voodoo chips and all of that. But in the days before that, AM2 were like revolutionizing like what could be done, not only with their like sprite scaling technology, with games like Outrun, Space Harrier, like later ones like Galaxy Force, but once they moved into 3D, like you can find like 3D racers from before AM2 hit the scene, but before like Virtua Racing, which was a Yu Suzuki joint, like you weren't getting like 480p 60 FPS racing games that you could actually like that had that sense of speed and like the high octane thrills. And if you go into like that game on the Model 1 and the Model 2, like Sega's working hand in hand with like US defense contractors, like Lockheed Martin developed the chips behind like the Daytona, like the Model 2 and Daytona USA, because it literally like they were so on the cutting edge that the only other people who were doing 3D graphics on that level were in like USDOD, like that, that structure.
That's so fucking wild.
Which it bleeds into Shenmue, because you can sort of see like even from the opening, like it's got the snow coming down, or like the opening scene where you have this giant pan on the mountain and there's this eagle flying, and like if you compare that to even like Ocarina of Time or Metal Gear Solid or one of these other like cinematic games that were coming out slightly beforehand, we're talking like those are 20 FPS, they're 240p, they're like struggling on their system, and Dreamcast is like entirely made to be this like arcade powerhouse, like built upon the knowledge they gained from all of these incredibly revolutionary games, Virtua Racing, Virtua Fighter, Daytona USA, Virtua Cop, just going down the line. Like they the Shenmue is so crazy because they invented all this technology, and they're like, well, if we have all this shit, why don't we just make a movie out of it? Like, make this crazy adventure game that's like reinterpreting all of this technology that we've been working on up to this point.
Even compared to its contemporaries on like PC with discrete GPUs, this game really looks fantastic. I think, just like the detail in the character models is really impressive compared to something like Unreal Tournament or Deus Ex or whatever you had on PC at the time.
Yeah,
I think even if you look at this against like Grand Theft Auto, which came out, I believe, the year after, like it is still like night and day, right? Like obviously, Grand Theft Auto has the much more impressive like world scope and the sandbox like mechanics, right? But in terms of how Shenmue looked, like it just continued to hold up. Even other like Dreamcast games like Sonic Adventure, like these were like this was like cutting edge graphics even compared to PC, like in the days before like what we consider like PC Master Race, blah 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 blah. Like at that point, the Dreamcast was basically the best thing you could have in your home to play games on if you wanted that graphical fidelity.
Yeah, this is like such an interesting first pick for a game for this whole book club project, because like I just remember a good way into the start of Gen 6, it was such a common talking point that you would have like GameCube ports, PS2 ports of Dreamcast games, and they would just not be as good. I think Crazy Taxi is like a big example. It just shows you, like you could also even look at like maybe Sega Saturn ports of arcade games. Like it took so fucking long for home console tech to really catch up with the vision of like this one specific division of Sega. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I'll also say that I think obviously time has been a lot kinder to the PS2, right? For obvious reasons. But if you look at the marketing around that time, because the Dreamcast launched in '98 in Japan, and I believe the PS1 was mid-2000 in Japan. So the Dreamcast had a serious head start on the rest of this generation. And the big thing with the PS2 is like, okay, you've seen the Dreamcast, but now we're going to actually push gaming forward. Like this is going to be the real graphical revolution. Like we've got the Emotion Engine, we've got all these high-profile developers that actually want to develop for our system. We've got the DVD drive, and then if you compare like the launch lineups for like Dreamcast the year before and then PS2 the year after, PS2 games do not. That you could see later on the PS2 really wrench some amazing graphical like fidelity out of games like Metal Gear Solid 3 or Shadow of the Colossus. But the PS2 is not really that much powerful than the Dreamcast. Now, if you look at the GameCube and the Xbox, like those are definitely beefier machines, like releasing later on. But the fact that the Dreamcast can even like hold a candle to those systems, even though it came out like, I mean, my God, 3 years before the GameCube or the Xbox, it's like a really impressive piece of tech for sure. And Shenmue is definitely the crown jewel, like in its technical repertoire. I think Yu Suzuki at the end, like around when Shenmue 2 came out, an interviewer asked him like, "Do y'all think you've like done all you can with the Dreamcast?" He's like, "Nah, I think Shenmue hits like 50%. Like we've done like 50% of what we can do with the Dreamcast. Of course, they never got to do it because the Dreamcast died so early, but it would have been amazing to see like." Yeah, like
$1 million per percent.
Exactly. It would have been crazy to see how the Dreamcast could have developed from there on, especially if you got like Shenmue sequels. But obviously not to be. But Shenmue is definitely like it is next generation in a way that we don't really see often with games anymore. As generations have gotten more and more squished together, like it's just such a huge technical leap.
Something I wanted to ask about, maybe for you people who know more about the game. As I understand, the Japanese release came with some like different content or like additional content or something, or maybe there was some simultaneous release with it. Something to do with like Dreamcast networking technology. I don't know. Is what I'm seeing on just from googling about the game. Do y'all know anything about that?
I'm not aware.
No. I will look. I will look into this further.
I think so. Actually, I think so. There's like a supplementary disc that comes with Shenmue called "What's Shenmue," but I think that's just an encyclopedia. I wonder if that has more in Japan. I didn't know about any like any extra stuff in the Japanese version.
Yeah, I know there was like an extra disc, right? Like in the Western version as well. I'm not sure if it's like different somehow from the Japanese.
Yeah.
I guess this might be a good segue to into the game's sort of current reputation. Obviously, you know, we've talked about like how fucking cutting edge it was on a technical kind of level. And my impression, sort of from the outside, as someone who's barely played it, maybe like a half an hour, sort of when I was fucking around with my Dreamcast, is that it's a lot of its game design still seems very idiosyncratic, where a lot of the game is sort of designed to make you wait for things and to ask you of your patience a little bit. I know, Raphael, I think you're not a big fan of the game, right? Maybe do you have sort of takes on how it kind of maybe fits modern sensibilities, or maybe where its downfalls kind of are?
It's kind of strange because I think a lot of what you see in Shenmue is replicated in modern Rockstar games. When I play Shenmue, I think of like GTA 4 making you wait around to go on dates with people, or I think of Red Dead Redemption 2, how you have to, you know, once again manually open every drawer and look inside every drawer and push the drawer in, and like, you know, these games have a certain physicality to them that I think even nowadays is still very controversial. But Shenmue I think is unique in that it's a time-driven game where you cannot manually speed up time. If you played Disco Elysium, if you played Majora's Mask, one of the biggest things about that game is that you can speed up time and fast forward to certain events, whereas in Shenmue, it says no, you have to wait for it. And I think part of why that's so controversial for Shenmue is that there's also very little side content. So it's not like Majora's Mask where you're like, oh god, I have this full schedule where I'm constantly bouncing between a dozen different things. It's more like, oh god, how do I kill time? Like, I have 10 minutes to do nothing. What do I do here?
The Drakengard of time simulators.
Basically, yeah.
It's like that is one of my favorite things about Majora's Mask, because it like really encourages you to find stuff to fill the time with. You're like, okay, I have 2 hours before this thing. Oh, I can squeeze this thing in perfectly, and then you realize, oh, that's not you really coming out with that. The game is actually super intentionally and like cleverly made in a way where the things are like very purposefully timed to actually slot together very intentionally. Yeah. So yeah, like that really intrigues me that in Shenmue it's like it doesn't actually have that much shit to do, kind of by comparison, maybe.
Right, yeah, a lot of the content is, I think you can, what can you do? You can go to the arcade, you can gamble, you can manually train your martial arts moves, or you can just suck up the atmosphere. I think a lot of the appeal for this game is in just placing yourself within that world, enjoying the presentation, enjoying the sound design, just, you know,
I'm excited for that, honestly.
Yeah. I'm personally not a big fan, but I think I'll probably save that until more people have played the game, because I don't want to like paint people's ideas what it is.
I think, and I'll get into this later, like once we do our like later episodes, once more people have played it. But the game is like this amazing rendition of like what it's like to live like in under like in modern society, right? Like I think it takes place in the late 80s, but and it's effectively it's very much like pre-internet but post like Cold War society, and that and I have a lot to like say about that as in terms of like how it like depicts like atomization of like human relations as a concept, but it's also really fucking hard to like play through something like that because like Raph said, you're walking around, you go up to talk to people and they brush you off. They're like fuck off kid, I'm going to work. There's all these people like moving around you and like running on these schedules, and you just have so little interaction. Like you like Raph said, you end up just training alone in a parking lot, like probably for a lot of your waiting time, or going home and playing your Sega Saturn. Like something I always think about is like when I'm like waiting for the bus in game, because the bus runs on an in-game schedule, so you have to stand and wait for the bus. Like if I stare at my phone, that's sort of like part of the game, right? Because that's what I would do in real life. If I was standing waiting there for for a bus, I would just sit and stare at my phone. But also trying to convey that's like, oh, but this is an amazing gameplay mechanic. It's like, no, it does have some interesting interactions with other people in the town, but it is so obscure in how you handle some of that I think the majority of people miss it. Like there are things I already know I missed because I would look things up and then just stumble into like, oh my god, I could have had this whole like side quest with this person, but it's very tightly time locked. I think that's a controversial aspect of the game for sure.
Yeah, that's one aspect that's a little. Yeah.
There's this. I talked earlier about the like divergent ideas about RPGs across culture, but maybe more relevant to Shenmue is the Japanese idea of a simulation game, particularly how it was used in like the 90s. Is very different from like what we in the West would call like an ImSim or something. It feels like they both in both ImSim and simulation game design, the idea is to kind of plot pieces around and let them interact organically.
Yeah.
But ImSims tend to be designed a lot more not like for the player to use, but with the player in mind. Whereas Japanese simulation games, and for reference, this label was slapped on everything from Fire Emblem to Metal Gear Solid to Breeding Stud, so it's a pretty broad term. They kind of tend to be more player indifferent, I guess, maybe even player abrasive sometimes. Yeah, and it sounds like Shenmue leans pretty hard into the the main character is here, but like, who cares?
It's definitely very purposeful in the way that like when you first start playing the game and move around, like the analog stick moves your head. It does not move your person, right? And the whole game is very based around like manipulating your gaze and interacting in the world in that way, which is I think that's where a lot of the simulation aspects come in, is like just being able to look at everything and interact with everything. Like it centers those verbs like out the gate. But again, it also means that like, I mean, I think the 10 controls are fine in this game. If you're using the Dreamcast controller, not the most comfortable thing in the world with that like very stiff D-pad. That and the running with the triggers. The other reason I don't play this game in long like bursts is because it just hurts my hand to like sit and play this for a while. But
8 p.m.
yeah, it's definitely like if even just picking it up and like trying to figure out like how it plays nowadays, I think is gonna like a modern person going back, even if they're familiar with the same like kind of world interaction from Red Dead, like they're used to experiencing it through a much more typical AAA like verb schema. It's not quite as common.
Yeah, I remember watching this is a very dirty word, but the Game Grumps Let's Play, like the first couple
Yeah.
episodes, right? And so the way Aaron Ego Raptor was like describing it is like it just sort of gets you in the way the controls work gets you into like a more intentional mindset somehow, where you have to look at the thing before you go there. You have to physically move your gaze before you can even go anywhere, right? Yeah, I guess that does make the game a little more methodical, maybe than
The rare game where controlling your perspective is actually a mechanic.
free eyes entertainment.
Yeah, for oh,
We got it.
it's full
We cracked
circle.
the
Kino.
code. Yuiz, I think you've recently already started the game. As part of
Yeah, I played I watched like the opening cutscene and played for like 20 minutes afterwards
Oh.
to make sure the emulator was working properly.
Nice.
But
I'm curious what you think, because this is a very not you kind of game.
Yeah, I kind of like the reason why I was interested in joining specifically this iteration of the book club with Shenmue was because it was very much not something I expected to be like on board with, because it is very much because I traditionally I play like the same 3 games for 5 years in a row. I have played nothing but the Dark Souls series for the past probably 2 years because I am very stuck in my ways with games, and so I wanted to at least force myself to try something different for once. But
You kind of threw yourself into the deep end. That's kind of based.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that is cool that it had that effect on you already. You know, I feel like I don't know. It's like I think we all have these endless fucking backlogs of like I should probably play that, and then you just never have like a window to get around to it, and yeah, I don't know. I think again, sort of part of the whole point of this is that not just okay, we're re-experiencing or experiencing these games for the first time or talking about them, but also creating like this setting where it almost feels like the same way that we would have experienced it at the time, you know? Where we actually like when you decide to play a random Gen 6 game now, you're not necessarily gonna have someone to talk to with the same way you would have had in like 2005, you know? And
yeah, this is one of the games I always wanted to kind of play, but never really like actually. I never actually made an effort to play it, but I was always kind of sort of interested just because it's like this historically pretty big game. So having this little club around to play it and talk about it is really the final push I needed to finally get it and just get in there and play it.
yeah, we're all gonna have such like varying experiences with it. Probably we talked on the pre-show about like how okay, who's gonna play in English, who's gonna play in Japanese, and somebody will play on Dreamcast, some on emulator, some with the HD version. I think that's just gonna make the like this collecting all this stuff like that, and then being able to talk about it. That's just gonna make the whole thing a lot richer for like you know each individual one of us. I'm very excited for that.
I also, while we're on this note, since this is the first episode, this isn't about Shenmue. It's about the kind of other categories. I think emulating like the experience of having a group of friends in like the late 90s, early 2000s,
Yeah,
is like something I really valued here. And so I kind of wanted to explain the little multiplayer, the dial-up section of the server.
yeah,
Especially for people who might be watching this who aren't already a part of it.
yeah.
The idea right now is like, so Phantasy Star is the game we have listed at the moment. And we'll be playing multiple games in this dial-up section.
Sega.
In Phantasy Star, it makes sense. Like, you have to group up with other people to play the video game, pretty much. And something like a fighting game obviously kind of makes sense. But I also want to be able to, like, have competition in the way that, like, you would maybe with friends back in the day. So, like, someone posting an F-Zero GX time could spark that kind of competition that is separate from the game's now very fully evolved speedrun scene.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of a more amateur zone to play with friends and stuff.
Yeah, I always find it so weird to like go back to games that track your score in any way, because like I mean, for example, you have Bang.io, right, on the Dreamcast or N64, which is just a naked score that you have no context for. And because I'm not playing it literally in the 90s with my other friend that also happens to have a fucking Dreamcast, the score is kind of almost worthless to me. Yeah, that's like, again, you have DMC or something. Okay, at least you have a rank to shoot for that's like sort of intended by the designers. Um, so by creating this environment, we can finally kind of give those kinds of games the context that they, were originally kind of meant for.
Yeah.
So when we play Shenmue, we're actually just gonna compare Space Harrier scores, or
Exactly. You got
Yes, yes, you get it. You see the vision. No, Shenmue speedrun sounds kind of nightmarish, honestly.
Yeah, that sounds like possibly like I don't know if you could intentionally design a worse speed game than Shenmue.
How would that even work? Yeah, it's fucked up.
There's skills.
Like Karuta, you play like Shenmue and then you play something else in a different window.
Basically, yeah.
Oh yeah.
How many
backwards
games can
long
you
jump through
speedrun
China.
while you're doing your Shenmue playthrough? Like,
While you're waiting for the clock to run down.
exactly.
I was actually playing Resident Evil. Well,
The first thing I find for a former world record for a Shenmue 80% speedrun is 6.5 hours.
Oh, that's better than I expected, actually, yeah.
And a Shenmue glitchless speedrun current world record is 8.5 hours.
Gosh.
It's just like
That's awesome.
how long it takes to play the game.
You will not go fast.
On how long
Truly
is
the
it? Stuff?
anti-Sonic.
20 hours, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the PC version. The Dreamcast version is 10.5 hours.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. That's
Sure,
that's longer than most JRPG speedruns.
Yeah. Sega
So
said no going fast on the Dreamcast.
So I looked up who currently has the record for the Shenmue speedrun, and it's Maxi Lopes. That's literally the guy who speedruns only shitty games and has a lot of fun with that.
That's awesome.
His Silent Hill 3 world record video recently was fucking awesome. The skips
Yeah,
in that
he
game
also-
were insane.
Yeah, he also seriously runs some games, but he also has like a lot of streams where he does one-off speedruns
Yeah,
of
didn't
like
he do DMC1 as well?
something like that. I think
This sounds right.
I was gonna say that's not a shitty game.
This one's so base.
Well,
Fuck.
We'll get to it eventually.
Yeah, one day.
I do see, I think Pangburn and I are the Sunshine skeptics, let's put it that way.
No.
skeptics? That is a light word. I fucking
I'm a Sunshine evangelist,
just
bro.
not playing Sunshine this summer feels wrong. Like, I feel like we have to make
Yeah, it does.
It's not too late.
I just had to play Sunshine for a different servers event last summer. Don't make me.
I'm so sorry.
go-
No,
Maybe
okay.
Boktai is the
we'll
one.
have,
Boktai is another
what
one.
we'll do is we'll have an event where I teach you all Sunshine any percent.
Ooh, yeah, there you go. And then whoever gets the lowest speed gets to pick the next game.
Let's fucking go.
Sunshine again.
That sounds very abusable.
Oh yeah. We're playing Sunshine until someone beats Alan.
if we wanted to, if we wanted to like mix it up a little bit for Pang, we could just play the Sunburn mod, I guess.
That looks kind of
Sunburn is cool.
That would actually be cool. I would like to try like one of those mods.
There's a lot of cool Sunshine mods nowadays because we finally have the technology. It was a really hard game to crack mod-wise for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Except for Dan Salvato, who made the fucking tools for speedrunning the game, which is a funny little footnote.
His technical like expertise is insane. Doki Doki aside, but I have no opinions on that game. But
high fidelity visual novel gaming.
Yeah, Dan has a lot of his fingers are in a lot of pies. But another thing I was thinking about for this book club, and especially something nice about this generation. So I think for a lot of us here, that we already kind of mentioned this is like our generation, but because of how massive the generation was, not just in terms of sales, but like game output. Like the generation kind of happened at a time where you could pump out games like really consistently. Like there's something like like at least 1,200 games on the PS2, right? So there's still like massive gaps in our knowledge as well. So it gives us a good excuse to like really dig and like find some stuff that maybe is like not just popular, but people haven't played, but also just like maybe shit that it was just not on our radar before something like this.
Mm. Yeah, there was.
So what you're saying?
Oh, sorry.
So what you're saying is get excited for the Sniper 2 at
Yeah, or that mosquito game that you keep.
Mr. Mosquito.
I want to play that so bad.
It's Kino.
That's
the nice thing. Like a lot of the games that have been like brought up to now are like we've like been crate digging like crazy. Because I think also like if anyone's listening to this, they probably already familiar with like the basics. Like I don't think we need to do like a Ratchet 1 episode or anything.
Yeah.
Please, don't do that for my sake.
I was gonna say Paradise just like trying to weasel his way out of it because he is very wrong about that game.
No. But yeah, I think a lot of people like like Alan said earlier, like as we're exploring through these, this is like such a good time for us to be like, hey, there's actually this super like underappreciated game that we should talk about and try out, or like, hey, there's this game by this developer that I didn't know existed up to now. We should give it a try and tell people what we think, like that kind of thing. Because there's so little of that up to now, and a lot of it is either centered around like specific cult classics like The Bouncer, or like I had to say it.
I just said it like so deadpan.
We're never playing that game.
But it's like there's like a lot. You can find people who like care about The Bouncer, but find people who care about like Breakdown or like Blood Will Tell. Like it's much harder to find. So like shedding some light on those would be like is very interesting to me for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, going with Shenmue. Oh, sorry, John.
No, that's sort of why I'm holding out hope for Outbreak if we are ever able to set that up, because I think that is the most no one could play that at the time because no one had the internet connection.
It's so
and it's like I think this.
I'm so down.
This is like the quote unquote the online generation, right? Where that actually was like relatively possible to do. Except I didn't know anybody in real life that actually had a network working PS2.
The only console it was consistent for was the original Xbox, and even then you were playing like Halo.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't because the original Xbox didn't release with the full Xbox Live suite of features. Like Halo didn't release with like online multiplayer. It had to be patched in afterwards.
That's so cool.
I
actually did a lot of online games on my PS2. I got the online adapter and I played like 300 hours of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 online.
Oh, that's so
whoa! That's so sick.
I'm so jealous.
It's funny because the Dreamcast was like very early in that regard, but it's also annoying with the Dreamcast because they supported dial-up out the box and not broadband. So, and like with PSO for instance, like it would be a lot easier if you could just set up broadband, but it's like no, this is a dial-up only game. And if you want to play that online now, you have to invest in like a Dream Pi to do the handle the conversion and all that. But it's still very cool that Dreamcast like had all this like and really went all in on doing online experiences and games versus like the GameCube or like even PS2 to some extent, where it's just like
the
so
PS2
common.
Armored Cores where you have to plug up 6 PS2s to each other and create the PS12 to
Okay, have we all kind of run through our points like with Shenmue? Or does anybody like still want to get something off their chest?
I think the interview with Yu Suzuki, I posted this, and it's like from 1995, where he's talking about how he doesn't play games, and he was saying that his bigger inspiration was amusement parks and films, and I don't know if that specifically applies to Shenmue, but I'm kind of cool in this game so far, but I think that's like the theme park aspect has sort of helped me appreciate it a little bit more. I feel like I'm kind of going, I guess, I don't know, like one of those Star Wars things at Disney. I feel like I'm going to 1989 world or something. And even the way, when you go into the city, they're like, the way the maps are placed, where they have these little diegetic, you are here. And it's like, the way those are positioned feels very much like, almost more like a theme park design. And I know those exist, like, in real life. But it's, and even the way, like, it doesn't really feel like a simulation. I feel like I'm inhabiting Rio, like, less that I'm, like, me in this world and I have agency in it. It's like, I feel like I'm walking around among, like, a crowd of performers or something.
Yeah. Kind of to what Alan was saying earlier, where it's more indifferent to the player. Yeah.
There's another quote. Go ahead, Alan.
I was just thinking, like, I somehow had completely forgotten to bring up. This is like one of the few like big production games that people point to and be like, to some extent, it's kind of outsider art. Because Yu Suzuki has made a bunch of games but does not play games. Like, I think it came up in an interview for Shenmue 3 that between Shenmue 2 and 3, he played something like 2 video games or something. Which, I mean, maybe says a lot about Shenmue 3, but it's an interesting perspective. And I think that's a cool way to look at the game.
Yeah, it's not just
the theme park thing is so interesting.
Yeah, it's not just outsider art, but then one of the most influential developers ever is like in that position. It's just so weird.
Yeah.
There's another quote from the article I wanted to bring up. I'll just like read it off. So the Next Generation, the magazine, the interviewer asks, so what is the next technological step beyond yet more complex 3D graphics? And Suzuki says, personally, I'd like to explore the unknown possibilities of interface systems. Currently, most games are built around 3 buttons and a lever. But in the future, if it becomes possible to link the user's brainwave responses to the game character's movements, the character would become the ultimate second self. I know that sounds goofy, but
that's so
I think Shenmue is like, in a way, like him reaching towards that. I think, like I said earlier, where like the analog stick controls your head, it doesn't control your steps or whatever. Like you can tell it's meant. It's definitely him and his team experimenting with ways to like expand game interfacing in such a way that you can represent like more nuanced movements, more nuanced interactions.
Yeah.
And I'd be curious to know, like, as we continue to play it, what y'all think about whether it succeeds or fails in that regard, because it definitely is, like we were talking about earlier, like both nuanced and controversial in how it's set up. Not exactly everyone's taste.
Always that video game author director who's like, dude, what if you could control it with your brain? What if we invented like smell-o-vision so you could smell the fuel from the red light district drains?
See if
that's
Oh yeah.
Who is that? It's one direct. I know who you're talking about, Crankin.
It's like Peter Molyneux or something.
Shenmue is a Strand type game, is what I'm saying.
Oh, it's that one, yeah.
See, if I have one take on that, is that it's hard not to feel like that type of experimentation is like totally discouraged now, in a very wide kind of way. That's very sad.
Yeah.
I feel like, I mean, I think Shenmue 3 actually does use the same control scheme, or a similar control scheme, kind of, at least outside of combat, from what I understand.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, you like you don't see a game of that kind of like standing and budget and whatever, like experiment that kind of way anymore. And I think that's I think that makes it even more sort of I don't know, more valuable, I guess. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one thing I was thinking of, because Pangburn brought up the controls, is that this feels like a very 6th-gen artifact in terms of design, but just the fact that you can go into first person, and it's like, it's not really a first-person game, but it's just like, isn't this the coolest shit? I mean, haven't you seen the textures on these magazines or whatever? And it's like, that is actually really cool. And I feel like so many games, so many games now would totally jettison that, like, I think like Bloodborne or something, that's a really pretty game that you'd want to kind of look at, but it's like, you have to kind of really go out of your way to make the camera to zoom in on certain objects. You're pulling out like a camera or like a telescope or something.
Yeah.
And it's like, I remember there are a few other games from that generation where it's like, it's a total luxury, or it's a total like superficial edition, but it's a really nice, especially if you're kind of interested in being immersed in that world.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was a weirdly common thing in so many Gen 6 games, like fucking Kingdom Hearts 2 had like a weird first person mode. Obviously the Metal Gear Solid games, just very odd.
I've actually noticed it kind of cropping back up lately, like very recently. Obviously the Yakuza games keep up with it to some extent.
They've always been doing it. Like the Yakuza games are very proud of the city they created, I think, and that's why they did it, just so you can stroll through Kamurocho in like in a way you would like in real life. Like they really want you to experience the city the same way you would IRL. So I think that's the consideration they have, and the reason why the series has kept up with it. I think even the Judgment games still have that. Yeah, they have that.
They have like the search, like parts. And Yakuza 3 and 4 have the locker keys, where some of them are only accessible. You'll see them up on like a vent or whatever, and you have to you can't just grab it. You have to use first person mode and look up there, and then they'll go up and grab it. And then it's definitely vestigial in that way.
Yeah, and then later Yakuza games even just let you move around and just walk through the city in first person as well, which is interesting.
I spent like 3 hours doing that one day. It cropped up in the weirdest place I think I've seen it recently. Was the newest Fire Emblem.
No shit.
You can walk around the maps after you fight there, and there's some classic maps in this game, some iconic locations. And walking around them in first person, I was like, yeah, I'm glad they put a first person mode in a Fire Emblem game of all things. I really like that idea.
Just looked up first person modes in modern games, and Legends Arceus has a first person mode.
That's it does.
Really cool.
Yeah. All games should be first person. Tetris is first person.
I think you may have a point.
Yeah, it's called Tetris Effect.
Oh shit! You are the Tetris Effect. You have the Tetris Effect in real life.
Your conscious snaps to whatever piece is at the top every time. Well, does anyone else have anything they want to say?
Yeah, there's when I was doing some research on the game, I noticed that Yu Suzuki made a really big deal about hiring a professional screenwriter to make the game's story. And when I actually looked up the lead writer's history as to what they made, they wrote a sitcom and 20 softcore pornos.
Curious.
I mean, they got the dialogue down in the English version.
Yeah, that's total vibes of that. Do you know where I can find sailors? It's very much like.
Yeah, what are you looking for, buddy?
In the name.
Looking for seamen.
Oh man.
So Alan, why the hell did we decide to call this the Beach Gen Game Club again?
So, I guess this might be less obvious in retrospect than it was at the time, because every game has water nowadays that looks pretty good. But water was kind of a huge stumbling block technologically for games for a while. A lot of PS1 games would literally just have static JPEGs of water, for example. But this gen was kind of the era where the technology caught up with what people really wanted to express with water. And because of that, all the artists were like, well, let's go make our big water game. And then you get stuff like Final Fantasy X, Mario Sunshine, The Wind Waker. The list goes on a lot longer than that, but those are the big obvious ones. And so we kind of felt it was indicative of the generation as a whole.
Yeah, I was wondering sort of, I was interested in explaining this because I had a feeling maybe this is not a common association for I was going to say the Zoomers, but maybe the Gen A people, to be accurate, because Alan is a Zoomer, right? Y'all are Zoomers, I'm actually really old. Yeah, but there was the weird gaming Brits Beach conspiracy video that was really funny. There's also a Digital Foundry water video, specifically with focus on the 6th gen. I would recommend that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with either of those actually.
Yeah, so those are really worth checking out.
Oh yeah, that's literally a video. I just checked. It's literally just called the Beach Generation. I'm somehow not aware of this.
Ironically, Shenmue, not a game with that much water.
No, it isn't. I've been kind of sad about it.
There's definitely more later on, second half of Disc 2, Disc 3, but even then it's still not big. Definitely, when I think Dreamcast water, I think Emerald's Coast, Sonic Adventure. Hell yeah. That's some gorgeous water. Some gorgeous 1998 water.
It's worth mentioning that it even shows up on the GBA. That's where you get Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire and stuff like that. Yeah. So even though the technology wasn't there on the GBA to do crazy water, the artists were all on the same wave at the same time. I guess before we start talking about gameplay, we should probably, like you said, talk about all the versions we're playing and stuff, so it kind of can inform our perspectives. I'm playing on the HD version with Japanese audio.
Yeah, this is like 2 weeks after our previous call. So we're all a little bit into the game now. Personally, I'm playing on Dreamcast with the Undup patch that came out a couple of years ago. So it's in Japanese with English subtitles with some of the censorship also removed, so you can get those gorgeous fucking Coca-Cola bottles as well, and they're
I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, and they're true non-copyrighted fucking glory. And I think I'm close to the end of Disc 1. I would have liked to play a little more, but it'd be how it be.
Yeah, you mentioned the censorship, if you want to call it that. I'm playing on just the standard like unmodded North American Dreamcast version. I didn't realize subtitles were actually an option, so I've been playing like just the most like so my footage as well has also just been like
that's cool,
cut and dry. So I've been getting the just regular English audio experience with no funny branding. I gotta look into if the Boss Coffee is the brand they chose for the coffee in the Japanese version, because I'm really curious.
I think it's probably different, yeah.
Yeah, I've just been playing same as Luke. I think when I first played this, I'd still have like all my like terrible looking CDRs for Shenmue sitting around, and then I think it used to be sort of hard to find this game. It would be in like the 40-50 range. I snagged a copy somewhere for like 25, like one of those like second hand trials where they like mispriced it. I was like, yeah, so I'm going full authentic, mid 2000 experience.
That's so sick. John and Raph, I know your playtime's probably been a little bit ago. John, have you been playing recently, or?
Yeah, I got to Disc 2. I think I got to the really massive twist.
Oh shit!
I'm playing It's not one. It's a fucking anticlimax. Don't worry.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I'm playing the PS4 HD version and using the Japanese dub.
Cool.
Oh yeah, I recently replayed the whole game on my Xbox One.
Okay.
Mostly to collect footage, and then I forgot to collect footage. So
Yeah,
I just took like the glitchy version for no reason.
yeah.
You were so immersed in the spectacle of the PS4 combat. So
Yeah, it was so good.
This
No
is a good.
combos.
This is a good segue actually, because we have since learned that the HD version is a little bit like has cool things going for itself, but pretty janky in terms of like bugs and implementation. I'm hearing the combat is sort of non-functional almost, and Alan lost like his entire save file at one point.
Oh my god.
yeah, and it wasn't even like a PS4 level issue. Like something is wrong with Shenmue.
Oh, nice.
I try to play stuff on original hardware as close to like the authentic experience as I can normally. But I don't even have a functioning Dreamcast at the moment. So I was like, you know what? The PS4 version seems more considerate than a lot of HD releases. I'll check that out. And like, I have a little bit of exposure to Virtua Fighter, and I've heard some cool things about the ideas the combat has. And it was like immediately caustic to me. I was like, whoa. And I've played some clunky games that doesn't generally, I have a high clunk tolerance.
Not the C word.
But it was, I don't even know what exactly is different about the combat from the Dreamcast version. So maybe I would think that's not great too, but.
Yeah, in my experience, so like I didn't even realize the game had like battles. I don't want to say regularly because maybe that's disingenuous, but at least one battle in the game I didn't realize until maybe like an hour ago. I'm like, oh, like we fight people in this game. Like I don't just like swing at thin air in a parking lot. So I don't know how messed up the PS4 version's combat is, but it already feels like barely there, the combat. So I don't know what in the world is like broken about. Like maybe it's like how the inputs work for moves, because that's the only thing I can think. Unless there's like,
It's a hitbox issue, right?
Oh,
maybe Raph can shine more light on it.
Oh,
Like
okay.
the hitboxes are. I will say, I really liked how like this 1 and 2 there's just like no combat. It's sort of like it's like the anti-Yakuza, right? Like they have to in those games you can tell it's very much a response. Like, well, if this is going to be the main like gameplay feature, we have to constantly shove your face in the combat. And Shenmue's like, well, he's just walking around town. Why the fuck would he be fighting random people, right? Just don't fight anyone. There's in Disc 3, the combat ratchets up like somewhat. Like you have more consistent fights. And yeah, it's like if you took like watered down Virtua Fighter, and then made it so you were fighting multiple people at once with no real way to like you're still on that like fixed axis like 3D fighter kind of thing. So you're just sort of flailing. I think the game because you're expected to grind moves in the parking lot in the park and later on in a couple other spots. It sort of balances out because I when I was in Disc 1 and 2 I just leveled up my kick. Like my standard kick combo, like all the way, and then most of the fights later on, you just do the kick combo twice on an enemy and they die. So like most other than a couple mini bosses, most of it is just spam whatever you already leveled up, and then you get to a mini boss, and then you just do like a you just unlock them with grabs. Basically, you just play a grappler.
Interesting.
It's not good. It is charming. I'm going to throw that out there. It might be charming. I
think charming is
definitely not. Yeah.
I think I don't know if anybody else had this experience. I think for what the game is going for and the way it presents everything, it sort of really works in a surprising way. Because my main thought was, okay, before I got into my first kind of forced story fight, the only thing I'd done was just practice a single move with Fukusan. Right, where I would just repeat a motion over and over again, but like it wasn't really a proper fight yet. And then I got thrown into like the first kind of story fight where I'm just brawling with some thugs, right? And just this level of like surprise and shock that, oh my god, I'm suddenly fighting, and I have no time to practice for it. This sort of feels like it would in real life, right? In real life, you can't just run around and get through like thousands of disposable, random, repeatable fights. Like, no, you do get thrown in like with no real preparation, right? Even if Rio has all this martial arts experience, like a sort of implied, right, in the story, it's not the same thing as real combat experience, right? You might know the moves like on a sheet of paper, but like, do you actually know how to move and how to like conduct yourself once you're in the situation?
There's that quote from, I couldn't tell you who, but it's everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. I think also like I mentioned before we started that this was the Shenmue 1 is the opening act of what is a 16-part story, not a 16-game story, but like I think Shenmue 2 covers like more than one part. But the idea of it like that, like thinking about it from that perspective, it's like it's taking a pretty typical narrative and like granularly focusing on all of its details.
Yeah.
In a scale that was like unimaginable at the time. And so like each fight being an event like that is like maybe the most dramatic way you could tell this grand story, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's really cool. It's like the most obsessively detailed way to tell the hero's journey, which is what I assume this would eventually become. But
yeah. To just go to the length to build this whole combat system and base it like on this other franchise, Virtua Fighter, where obviously the developers had a lot of their experience in, and then barely use it, right? It's just there's something so sick about that. I don't know that. The fact that
it's a wasteful flex.
Yeah, the fact that it is actually kind of real combat, but you barely use it, I think that's what makes it work. If it were just like a QTE, I think it wouldn't be the same, right?
Yeah. I also think if the combat was more regular, it probably wouldn't work as well either. It would probably feel way less scrappy because you could like, I don't want to say like optimize the fun out of it, because that like I think maybe elevates it to a higher level than maybe even the developers intended, but like the fact that it's like it's barely there and you kind of can work towards it, and it just ends up being this like scrappy, imprecise thing anyway. Like I think it comes together pretty well.
Yeah, again, maybe I'm giving them too much credit, right? But the fact that, okay, it's on a fixed axis, you kind of have to focus on your target and all the shit, it's like, it feels like, yeah, Rio has sort of a proper learned way of fighting, and you kind of have to, you as the player have to, I don't know, slip into that, I guess.
Yeah, I think they considered it maybe more than a lot of people would give it credit for, because when you make this kind of obtuse combat system and then you remove encounters from the game because there's so few in the game, you realize that the player doesn't have a chance to get good. And instead of shifting the game in a very gamey way to be more about the combat, they made practicing very diegetic and like real. I feel like that is a much more interesting approach than if not that this game shouldn't have had better combat. It probably could have and done this exact same thing. But it is a very cool, unique way to do it that I don't think I've literally ever seen anywhere else. Yeah. Even games that they give you like a practice thing, it's often very removed from the context of the game in a way that's kind of jarring.
It's definitely you can see where the Yu Suzuki is a very naturalistic designer, that aspect of him coming out. I think especially his works before Virtua Fighter. I mean, Virtua Fighter is very gamey, and a lot of his stuff is very gamey, but in the sense that it the simplifications he introduced defined the gaminess for later games to come because they're just so influential, right?
Yeah.
And Shenmue not being very influential, it's a lot more apparent where he almost sounds overnaturalized, right? And the combat's a good indicator of that because like I mentioned earlier, with Yakuza, they sort of had this we need to center around this gameplay mechanic. We need to introduce reasons for you to fight repeatedly and level up and tie it into the economy and whatever. And for Ryu, it's Rito, he's not he only fights when he needs to, so he's not just gonna go beat people up around town. And there's plenty of chances you can run into people that you previously fought or are contentious with Rio, but he's not gonna why would he fight them? It's a waste of his time and effort, and you can't just recover from wounds like that because he's trying to make him a real living guy, right? And the way to me, the way he practices his moves, it's obviously not very engaging mechanically, in a pure gameplay mechanic sense, because you just sit and spam the same moves over and over again. But that is how you would practice. If you were a martial artist, you would, if you're trying to get to the level of sort of mastering the flow and the stancing and the technique of expressing one of those moves, you would just sit and practice it over and over again. If you were in a lot of games, it's the experience is tied to being in combat and actually fighting someone and needing that free flow, quick thinking. In the real world, that experience is important, but it's not going to teach you to stance up better, And from his martial arts perspective, it's that is how you would do it in real life. Just stand and practice over and over and over again, just to spar with Fuku or whatever over and over and over again. Which is, that combined with the fact that there's so few fights is very much that is the martial artist way. Who the fuck is actually using their martial arts on a regular basis to fight?
It's funny that this comes from Virtua Fighter because fighting games are a notoriously practice heavy genre. I mean, the first time you do a DP, it is trying to I don't know, walk backwards while patting your head and rubbing your stomach. And it becomes a lot more natural through repetition. It isn't just you fight a bunch of times and suddenly you're doing crazy combos. It's you sit down and I played a bit of Virtua Fighter over the past month just to poke my head at what it's like. And it is something that you are going to sit down and you're just going to practice, and it's not going to be fun, but the payoff is there.
I know. So for a lot of us, the combat does seem to kind of work, and even if the execution is obviously not the most polished or deep, that doesn't seem to contradict the goals that the game is going for. Raph, I know you have like less positive takes on this whole dynamic, maybe.
Oh, the dynamic? Oh, well, because I never explained this very well. Training doesn't do much.
Mm.
It actually doesn't boost your damage much. So it's mostly a way to spend the time.
Really? Because I'd always read that, like, especially when you get to the boss at the end of this game, it's like, because I think there's most of the encounters are relatively like freeform, or like it's just like a slap on the wrist if you lose, right? Like you either like restart immediately, or there's a couple fights you can just lose and the game continues on, right? But I'd mostly read like for this game, if you want the final boss to not be a huge pain in the ass, like you need to put time into training, because and maybe that was a misconception, but like, at least from my perspective, when I was using moves that I hadn't leveled up early on, they didn't seem to do much, and then like I said earlier, like I leveled up my kicks like super heavy, and then most enemies late in the game just seem to crumple like near instant. But that also might just be the balancing at that point in the game. Like,
at least on a first playthrough, I guess the player really doesn't have any way to know, especially with how like back heavy the amount of fights is. So like you're probably gonna practice and over prepare, even if it doesn't do a lot, because you don't want to get to the final boss and then be way behind or something, which I guess is also a nice dose of realism. You can't see your next opponent's stats 2 months in advance, you know?
Yeah, this is like maybe something that ideally we could like verify more objectively. But this is the Beach Gen Game Club, not the fucking nerdy academics game club. Raph, do you have like more takes on the combat itself, maybe, or?
Oh yeah, well, I'll try not to nerd out or like over-explain things, but at its core, it's very much simplified Virtua Fighter 3. One of the big defining features of Virtua Fighter is its defensive mechanics, and how there's just so many things you can do, so many ways you can counter your opponent. But for Shenmue, a lot of that is sort of simplified into a almost context-sensitive button press. So like you hit a button and you'll automatically block or dodge or reversal or parry, and I think that kind of works in the game's favor, because like we said, like there's very few chances to actually fight against people for real.
Yeah.
And if you had to like memorize 10 different ways to defend with no way to actually practice that, it would be probably catastrophic. It'd be like too hard to play. The other big change is the combo system. So Virtua Fighter, it's like any 3D fighter, right? You launch someone in the air, and then you punch them, and you keep juggling them, whatever, right? In Shenmue, you start all your combos with grabs, and then from there you can juggle. You can OTG, you can wall bounce, you can do all sorts of crazy stuff.
The fuck?
One of the reasons the HD version is so crappy is that you cannot OTG anymore. And since nearly every combo starts with a grab into an OTG, it's like, oh, okay, I can't do squat anymore. You can only start combos with moves that leave your opponent standing, and then from there you can only continue the combos with wall splats. So I think a lot of people playing the HD version will just never see a combo.
Wow. Yeah, that's sad.
I'm kind of shook.
I'm sorry to all my Dreamcast players, my non-Dreamcast players.
It seemed like, because that definitely makes sense, because like I forget if I said this like in the like before we recorded or not, but like later in the game, it seemed like every single fight was like I would just spam the kick, like all the mooks would like crumble, and then you fight a mini boss, and then it's mostly just like, because and Raph, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the game is as like when you play Virtua Fighter, it's like very obvious what's high, what's mid, what's low, right?
Right.
At least in terms of like when you're inputting, And Shenmue, it seems like a lot more. Like I don't even know if you can do that kind of like high-low or like mid mix-up, but so it's like basically everything that isn't just like goes down in 3 hits is like you're fishing for the grab, and then you're doing or you do like the shadow step or whatever, and then you're trying to go for some OTG and hit the kick combo and then try to grab him again, like something like that. So that definitely, if there's no OTG, then I'm like, oh man, that was like half the shit I was doing was just grabbing, get them on the ground, and then just hit them with some shit, because it seems pretty open ended on what you can OTG with, at least from not that I've explored the combo, like the mechanics very deeply, but that does seem like the main like pathway to dealing any sort of decent damage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I should mention there's actually a context sensitive grab. So like after you hit the Y button to do the context sensitive defense, if you hit the grab button, that's like an easy. It has like a unique grab. That's a perfect starter.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Right, and that's the one starter that actually works on the HD version. So.
Is that is it the same one you learn in Disc 3, or is that there's like so many different grabs? It's like,
oh no, it's a different one. It's like a fundamental one. Like you automatically learn it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I should mention the training. One of the things with the training is that so it doesn't boost your damage too much, but it does give you extensions. So sometimes you can extend a move so it's now 2 or 3 hits if you level it up enough. So that's one way you might benefit from the training, but also sometimes they're not true combos. So like you just have an extension that drops the combo. It's goofy, but
there's a Blaze Blue game full of those. Funny parallel to see here.
But yeah, that's basically it. I guess one of the big things with Virtua Fighter 3 was like how elaborate the stages were. They had that was the era where they're like, okay, everything's on slants, everything's on ramps. There's a giant staircase you can combo off of. You can run into a train or whatever. But Shenmue, it's flatter, right? It's more just traditional arena.
It's funny because fighting game players famously hated that and Tekken 4, which would later do a pretty similar thing.
Yeah.
Whereas in Shenmue, that seems like such a perfect fit. It's all about putting you in this place. And I mean, that's a giant aspect of it that's not capitalized on, I guess. I wouldn't have thought of that comparison.
Shenmue.
Well, I think it probably would have worked better in Shenmue if Shenmue had like a more distinct like high, mid, low. Because that's what I remember. Because I've played Virtua Fighter 3 like some. It's funny. There's like a strain of people online now who are very into like the Tekken 4 is like the more it explores like spaces and like the interaction of bodies and like uneven environments, which is like, well, Virtua Fighter 3 did that like way beforehand. And the way it works with like, I'm thinking like the rooftop stage where it's just one giant like slant, right? It becomes very awkward because you in those cases I can imagine why people sort of hated it, because what's high, what's low, what's mid becomes a lot more indistinct when the elevation is different, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
maybe I might be capping a little bit on that. I've never played any of the Virtua Fighters like competitively or anything, but in Shenmue that probably would have been more interesting because it's not like you're fighting. There's no competitive aspect to it.
Yeah, the fairness isn't really.
Yeah, so it would have been cool if they had like sort of like looped in it. But it's also hard to. I mean, there's no reason for Ryo to like fight on like a rooftop or like in the. Oh, I think. What am I thinking of? I think of the Dead or Alive 2 stage where it's like a giant snowy area that's got like a little lake and stuff. You can like run around in it. That area of fighting games is definitely like 3D fighting games especially is like so in love with just like these weirdly non-competitive like 3D spaces with like changing elevation, all that shit. It's very very interesting time. But yeah, that would have been super sick in Shenmue for sure.
There's a very good Thor High Heels video on a lot of those games. If you have like 2.5 hours to spare. I think it's funny how we all kind of praise the game for not or making much deal out of its combat. Like, and then because we all have action gamer brain rot, we have been theorizing better combat for Shenmue.
I was gonna say it's funny that we let this whole thing in with just a deep dive on Shenmue's combat. You know, like that's the part that people care about. Though I guess yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. The reason we gotta talk about this now is so that Yu Suzuki can hear this and then have ideas for Shenmue 4.
Exactly. Oh my god, you get it.
Which is coming.
See, it's like it's so funny. Like I have been hearing about this game for years, and I almost knew nothing about the comment and how it played. So I guess it is cool that like we got a chance to get into that a little bit and even draw the comparison to Virtua Fighter, like a more meaningful comparison. So thanks to Raph for that, especially.
Shenmue's biggest fan in this call.
I love Shenmue. I love Virtua Fighter.
Well, I saw your 1-star review on Backlog. I was like, holy shit, or 1-star like rating. I was like, damn.
That's true love right there.
Golf rules.
I guess there's a bit of a segue here. Like, okay, so you spend a lot of your time practicing in this game because in this game there's a lot of events that are that only happen at specific times, and you can't actually skip to those times. I think we sort of broached that a little bit on during our last session. But that is one thing that I thought was really fascinating with this game when I played it. Do you guys have thoughts on that?
Yes. I guess I accidentally talked about it a bit before we even started recording, but the fact that like I think in a lot of open worlds, like the world revolves around you in a lot of ways. So I guess after Shenmue's release, they kind of made worlds like way, way bigger to kind of compensate, and you can do so much with them. But in Shenmue, it's comparatively way smaller, at least from my point in the game. But like you're just a guy in it. Like, oh yeah, I gotta wait for this place to open. Let me like talk to characters, or maybe like just play Space Harrier or whatever. Like I've noticed what's interesting is like the spacing of events is really interesting. So in the first main area, like a lot of events so far have been happening at night specifically, which compared to the rest of the day is like a really small like window of time. So they really have like the like when you're looking for sailors in particular, what happened for me is that I started to get the information, but then by the time I realized like where they would be, it was basically the end of the day. So I had to kill it like 12 hours the next day, just doing whatever to pass the time.
Yeah, Ina-san is gonna be on your ass if you're late home.
Yeah, I made it at like 11:15 and she was pissed at me.
And I was like, oh, I feel so bad. It is really stunning. Like, I'm personally someone in the Yakuza games, I always beeline the story. It's very hard for me to care about the side stuff. And you can look at other open worldy type of games, sort of finding ways to try to coerce you into doing the side stuff. In the later Yakuza games, for example, they do this thing where whenever you leave a main mission, you always just so happen to sort of get booted into like a cutscene for like a side thing that you can then choose to follow if you want to, but like it still takes up like your time, and it's really annoying and bad, and I hate it. I mean, that's my personal fucking judgment of that.
Yeah.
But and then I've never played Xenoblade X, but I think it has like a system where you sort of unlock progression junctures by doing a certain amount of side quests.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
It was gonna turn into a Xenoblade X tangent. Actually, don't worry.
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess like if that's generally correct what I said, then I guess it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in Shenmue, it's sort of like, okay, these events only happen at specific times, or they open at specific times, and you can't fast forward. So you gotta just let the game run somehow, and then you might as well check out the rest of the world. And something about that feels so leisurely and almost, I mean, it doesn't really probably make sense in that context, but like it's almost kind of intrinsically motivated. Like, I'm like, okay, I have nothing else to do, so I might as well go to the arcade. I might as well go to the store I would never go to otherwise. I might as well try to win Sega Saturn games. That really works for me.
Yeah, I think there's a part in the Donkey video. There's some Donkey video talking about Shenmue, and there's a clip of him just like he's like, I hate having to wait for the next day to start, and he's just like in the corner of his room, like just staring at the wall, like waiting for the time to run out. And it's like if you're, I can see why someone would do that, but if you're doing that, then it's I don't want to be like you're not appreciating the game, but it's like you're putting yourself in that situation. Like it's strange because the actual side content is not deep, right?
Yeah.
And I think I brought this up before, but like it almost becomes like recursive, like Inception, like in a sense, because you like you'll go get a video game, you'll like have to kill time, so you'll go get a Sega Saturn game in that world and take out your Sega Saturn and then play Sega Saturn. Like you're playing a game inside the game to kill time. Or for me, like doing the forklift sections later on, I'm just like listening to a podcast because it's like not really that interesting, but it's not supposed to be that interesting. If I was doing that actual work, I would also be listening to a podcast. Yeah, so it's like it almost, that's a weird way to put it because it's like late 80s. They're not, he might have a Walkman or whatever. I think he has a cassette player. But it's still like that. It's almost synergistic to kill time in real life, like Hot Pocket's saying in chat right now. Killing time IRL, but killing time in Shenmue. It's like the two are intrinsically linked. It's interesting how that works, even if like it'd be cool to play like a full game of pool and not just do the same like corner shot practice over and over again. Especially with how bare that system is. You should have taken some notes from Super Monkey Ball, which is so fucking tight. That game is awesome, billiards, and it's so meager in Shenmue, but also I can't say that it doesn't work, or even just walking around talking to people or poking your places inside, or like poking your nose inside places you really shouldn't be like going to, right? It's neat in that aspect.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of
I think
interesting.
it's
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I think it's interesting how like the way that dynamic plays out is kind of irrespective of Ryo as a character. Like you're going to kill time because Ryo needs to kill time, but what you do to kill time is like whatever you as a person would do to kill time, as opposed to Ryo. So like I was on my smartphone, which Ryo obviously doesn't have because it's the 80s, but like that dissonance doesn't ever come up in the brain because it's like so immediately like the player does what they want to in that instance, and like there's no dissonance that comes up in the brain when you think about it. I don't know, it's weird. I don't know how to express it.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean it was just bouncing off of that, like it as another like Yakuza example, but like in a bad way. Like in Yakuza 0, there's the mini games where you effectively have to like wait for the game to kind of play itself in a way, like with the real estate in particular. And that was when I was playing through that. Yeah, so when I was playing through that, I had some times where I would like get up and like do laundry or whatever, which is weird because something I love Yakuza 4 generally is like getting intimate with that space and like doing stuff. But there was still a disconnect. Whereas in Shenmue, there's been like a couple of moments like today when I was playing where I kind of had to like wait for time to pass. So I would like myself would like get up and do something. But for some reason I felt connected in a way where it was like, I still got to make sure I get back and do whatever thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's like a fail state in the end if you do wait too long. I'm not sure that it's actually realistic to get there.
No.
I did a little bit of digging on that, and yeah, there would be no shot you would ever miss that. I think
you have to wait till like April, right? Like some insane amount of like, because
that's crazy.
I'm like I have to be near the end of the game, just like going off of what information I have in game, and it's not even Christmas yet. Like,
oh shit, okay.
So I think you would have to like expend a ridiculous amount of time to ever like reach that fail state, but it is possible. I think it helps, like building off that, Luke, to like the fact that time is actually passing in the world compared to Yakuza, where it's like it's got game time going on, right? Like you've got your buddy is like you got the like the guy for the real estate company you work for is like getting beaten in a room, and you're like, I'm gonna go like wait for my real estate returns to come back, and then I'm gonna go play some the remote cars for a bit, and then I'm gonna go save him. Whereas in Shenmue, it's like if you wait around too long, there were times I've heard of this one or this two. There's like one of the punks you have to meet up with in front of the arcade, I tried to get that trigger so many times, and I never got it. Like for some reason, I don't know if it was a glitch or whatever. And then other story stuff happened, and it just never came up again. I was like, oh, I actually just like I fucked up. I fucked up, or the game fucked up. But either way, I just like missed out on this because time progressed, and I just sort of moved on to other stuff. It's not like it goes back to what y'all were saying earlier. Like the world does not revolve around you. Like if you take your like too much time, like shit will just move on.
Oh, you can't make the punk at all. Like that's weird.
Wait, really? So it's not even because that's like in the notebook. It's like go meet him in front of the arcade at this time, and it just never happened.
Yeah, he doesn't show ever. Yeah,
that's some like MGS2 shit. Where like because I'd wondered this. There's part later where you have to try to find some like a gang in front of the harbor cafeteria, and I couldn't trigger it like the first couple times. I eventually did, but it's funny this idea like. Same with MGS2, like people will tell you contradictory things. And that game is entirely part of the narrative. Like you can't like there's no exploration, so you can't really go off track. But like and there it's like used to reinforce this idea of like misinformation. And then here it's just like I mean that's real world. People will if you go around and ask like literally everyone, like where do the Mad Angels hang out? Do you know anything about people at the harbor? Where can I find sailors? Like that kind of shit. Like people will just like come up with something to tell you, like if they can't think of anything. Mm-hmm. And you have this sort of like you have stuff in your notebook that's just not like really relevant or correct, or you just have like redundant information that's like slightly different from two different people. Like that aspect of it feels like very like true to life in a strange way.
Mm-hmm. I can definitely reciprocate that. Yeah, it was sort of interesting to see that. Like some clues kind of just go no, like you can follow them for a little bit, but they eventually kind of go nowhere. And I don't know, like it's weirdly it is an adventure game, but like a lot of it does feel very logical, which maybe you know it's a low bar, right? But I guess like one angle I'm thinking of is like it's kind of crazy that whatever objective Rio is focused on right now, he will actually ask every single NPC about that specific thing, and they actually have an individual response to it.
Yeah.
Now, it's like maybe like I don't know 20 NPCs in like the whole world, but that's still like a good amount of like voice dialogue you have to write and record, and I don't know that just somehow makes it feel so organic.
It's especially since like Rio has like usually like 6 or 7 different ways he'll ask about any given thing, or like there's obviously a lot of like canned responses, but it helps that there's got to be at least like 30 or 40 different ways that NPCs will tell you to fuck off, or that they're busy, or like there's a couple. I'm remembering this is like an Otis 3 thing. But in the Harbor Lounge, there's like there's one of those convenience stores there, and there's a couple things like you'll ask the lady about them, and she'll just go on a complete tangent about misogyny. Basically, she'll be like men are so dumb, they're such assholes, blah 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 blah, and it's like totally unrelated to like what you asked her about, like tangential off, and Rio will just go like, I see. And then walk away. Like, but the fact that they went to the effort of like this random character that you do not know the name of, who's just like a convenience store clerk, like she has her own opinions and voice, and will like spout off about shit just to get it off her chest, because she's standing in this convenience store all day, and with just a bunch of like scruffy harbor workers just coming in and out and leering at her, and she'll it makes that part of it feel more lived in. Mm-hmm. It's very interesting in that respect.
Raph put it really well in chat, saying there are multiple routes to each story trigger, and there's always the people lead you in circles route. That's a perfect way to describe it. Like, I definitely felt that even pretty early in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of funny, Raph, that like you have encyclopedic knowledge about like every game ever made, even the 1 out of 5 that is Shenmue.
Oh no! So Shenmue was a thing where like, I don't like this. Maybe there's something I did wrong. Maybe there's something I didn't understand about the mechanics. So I did a deep dive into both the mechanics and freaking Yu Suzuki's favorite movies, and I walked away hating it.
Interesting.
A game that forces you to engage with it in these obtuse ways, but if you do engage with it more, then you hate it.
Yeah.
That's sort of
kind of the.
Dude, because the game doesn't revolve around you, Ref.
I mean, I think you can sort of tell that, like, if you were to like really peel back the layers, like the writing's not good. Like the actual the plot is like it's a hero's journey on this insanely like microscopic scale, and it's so plotting. I think, not to make like a death of the author like out of my scope argument, but like I think if you peel back and like look at like how the game is unique as sort of representation of what a hero's journey would look like in like in under like modern capitalism, right? Like in this state where like there's so many people around you and there's like the community is very slim and you spend like over a third of the game just like working to go like there's no grand puzzles or anything. It's just like trying to scrape yourself up to this point where you can go pursue the hero's journey, and just like bumming around the arcade most of the time or spending money on gacha. Like that part of it is interesting. If you were to actually do like a narrative like overview of the game, especially since it covers so little the overall story, it's like Suzuki's a fucking hack, man. he's not like he's not an insightful writer. His characters are not like really that interesting, and most of them are just like bit players or like get no arcs, right? Mm-hmm. It really only works on the level that it's like the only game of its kind that like is like the simulacrum of like what if we were to extrapolate that kind of like idea, that kind of like narrative to like this bizarrely accurate simulation of real life.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a parody of the hero's journey in a way, where it is like so small with like every little step you're taking and like not grandiose in the slightest. And like I guess kind of bouncing off what you said about Yu Suzuki being a hack, which like I'm not sure I would quite go that far yet, but like
I'm joking.
No, yeah, no.
He's great, but
I know you're toying, but like that's definitely not an uncommon sentiment when talking about Shenmue. But like, yeah, no, the reasons he's so compelling are not for his like writing chops at all, but for how like insightful this like tiny little slice of like life and reality is in this weird Dreamcast game. Like it feels like a world you're like a part of.
For me, oh sorry, yeah.
No, I was going to say I'm sort of morbidly curious to watch the Shenmue anime, because it's like, I want to see how does the story play out when you cut all the boring shit that kind of is the game.
That actually is a great question.
There's this common bit of like writing advice is that you should be exploring the most interesting portion of your characters' lives or whatever. And that's often like misunderstood to mean like the most action packed or whatever. Whereas Shenmue, clearly the interest is in the mundanity. Mm-hmm. But I think it's interesting how seemingly every person in this town, aside from Ryo, and who's just having an inciting incident, is having the most boring period of their lives. I have found it so hard to care about literally any human being in this game, which has been like probably the biggest disappointment to me. Was like, not everyone has to be like a overwritten anime character who's having like 4 dramatic character arcs at the same time, but there's nothing like they're really nothing for most of the characters, and I don't feel like it doesn't ever feel like intentionally like it just feels like they weren't written, I guess is what I was saying.
Yeah. See, I feel like guy and girl just
See, I totally get that, but at the same time, weirdly, it still works texturally for me. Because, like, if this is, like, supposed to be reality, right? If I'm only getting a snapshot of this person's life, I wouldn't see the most interesting moments, right? I wouldn't see
for sure
anything interesting about them, actually, like, realistically speaking. Like, most people that we encounter in real life, we only see them in that curated moment, right? There's no way we would naturally be privy to like the defining points in there, whatever. I guess just like anecdotally you do occasionally experience something more interesting than anything that happens so far, at least in Shenmue. Yeah, definitely. I guess
I do like the the little mini arc with the girl who found the cat. I don't know if that's like the end of
yeah.
it, but I did get to name the cat, and that felt pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, like
Making permanent changes like that is kind of like a cheap trick to like placate extrinsically motivated people, but also it works. And it works on me, and I wish there was more of it, I guess.
I already forgot the name that I gave the cat, but then, when I did, there was like the whole backstory of like, oh, like Rio, like it was literally just a selection wheel of dialogue options, and I just randomly picked a name that sounded nice to me. And then Rio set this whole backstory of like, yeah, actually, this is the name of this other cat that this other girl used to have. And then the girl with the cat was like, oh my god, really? And it really made me wonder, okay, like, what's the deal with the other answers? And like, it was just such a well executed, like, natural little moment. I thought was really cool.
It was even smaller on my end, so I named the cat Mimi because like that's actually like if I got a cat, I would actually want a cat named Mimi. So it's like, oh yeah, that works out pretty well. And the little girl is like, oh, because the cat's ears are cute. Like that works out for a name because like I'm sure Mimi means like something related to cute, and yeah, there you go. Alan would be the one to know.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, that's really cute that they just like have that on deck, and like that was like basically the end of that conversation.
That's so funny.
For reference, the Japanese word for ear is mimi.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
There we go. I think the story does. We talked about this earlier, but like it does kind of succeed for me in painting Rio as like a weirdly tragic character, where he's so single-mindedly focused on this thing that's consuming his life, right? Where, he's going through all these kind of meaningless kind of emotions and interactions to ultimately just find revenge, right? That, if most stories of media are to be believed, is not what you're supposed to do. And all these people telling him, yeah, like, Rio, don't do this, don't waste your life, your father won't want this, and he doesn't even muster like a strong kind of defense or rationale for his actions, right? He just kind of goes for it. And something about that, then coupled with the fact that this game is such a again, microscopic display of reality, really works.
There's a lot of like interesting like thematic stuff you can do with revenge that doesn't get covered a lot, just because there's like two narrative paths you can take it that are very obvious and very like emotionally strong. And this kind of gets to like a problem I'm having with the game is like Shenmue is famously a series that doesn't not that it doesn't go anywhere, but that it doesn't reach where it is going. And so like I'm coming up with all these cool ideas of like how they could maybe, like Rio realizes that his revenge has like altered his life in a certain way, or how the journey impacts him or whatever. But then I realized that none of that is written, and maybe none of that has ever been written. And I kind of like, it takes weight out of scenes for me. And I mean, that's maybe unfair to Shenmue 1, but it is something I've experienced.
Yeah, I get that.
Yes, something.
Go ahead, Luke.
So something I have heard from a couple of friends of mine who like have played and really like Shenmue 1 is that like, however the game wraps up, like they're more chill with that than like Shenmue 2 continuing on and then eventually like never really getting resolved. Not that I suspect that the ending is conclusive at all, but it's interesting to hear that like despite any like missed potential, it seems, in like the writing or setup of like this like minor revenge plot, like it's interesting how it being inconclusive in the end might end up making it feel more satisfying. I'm not sure. It's really hard to like say anything like that this early on, and also having not played Shenmue 2.
I was about to say the same thing regarding the What I Bought review on Backlog. It gets in the same thing. It's like they say something along the lines of like I never want to play Shenmue 2 because I feel like the story works best when you're like seeing this person's life like unravel, like this community they built around them just like fade away in this like single-minded pursuit. And I think it's interesting the sense that like I think there are points where you can wring more out of Rio's character in his relation to the environment, but because like we're all it's very like shall I say like popular and like sort of like deeper game design circles, or like looking at like experiential games or whatever, it'd be like we need to take out like all of the check like pointing and like leading people by the hand, etc., etc. But the points at which the game does spool out more about Ryo's character are like very obtuse to get to. Like I'm thinking Noizomi's like arc, right? Like it's very like there's this like, you know, romantic interest that Ryo has, and if you just play the game as like sort of it seems to be intended, her like Ryo just totally blows her off all the time, right? And I know there are ways to extend that, but the game is like very like the way it wants you to do it, like oh, you have to go call her house, like even though she's like standing out in the world, it's like, oh, if you call her house, there's like unique dialogue with her that can like I think trigger like events down the line. And Raph, you can correct me on that.
Oh no, yeah, it's really obtuse. It's kind of absurd.
It's like, and that's, to me, that's part of like where this like the simulation aspect of it breaks down. Like there's totally a way to like it makes sense that like if there was like a, you know, if like we all live in like the texting era, but like in a previous era, like if you had a girl you had a fancy for, right, like you'd want to call her and, you know, see, you know, just chat with her after school and that kind of thing. And the game just is like, oh, well, we're gonna expect you to do that, even though when you talk to her out in the world, Ryo just is like, hey, how's it going? And she like spouts off something. He's like, okay, bye. You know, like it's sort of that sort of disconnect is very like startling, even though it's like you could unlock more about his character. You could make him like less of this like tragic, like almost like bordering on sociopathic, like he's sort of a low IQ guy. Like he just sort of like he has no like
he's a himbo.
He's just a guy doing a thing.
Yeah, he has no like higher conception of himself. He's literally spends all of his time either pursuing this one goal in life or just like whittling time away on like stupid shit.
Drinking
right?
Coke.
Like yeah, like drinking Coke, getting gachapon, like walking around, like just practicing alone in like a field. Like he has no like social instincts in that regard. And the game, and you can see the developers tempting you, like, well, if you want to unlock that, you have to role play a bit. You have to like get inside his head and think of how you would actually engage with these people. But the tech is limited to the extent that like if you do it in what would be an intuitive way to us nowadays, it's like it sort of kicks you in the nuts. It's like, nah, he's a shit. Like
it's kind of like the inherent flaw of making a broad simulation as opposed to a narrow one, is that you are just gonna hit a technical or like physical limit of what you can make, and that is always going to cause like a dissonance. Like calling her when she's out in the world is such an obvious and minor thing to fix, but there's like thousands of those for something this big.
Yeah, I this is like, I guess half of an aside, but like I think the old like Jim Sterling videos on Shenmue and like their thoughts on the series are like maybe a little like missing the forest for the trees a bit, I guess, if you want to say, but like I do like their description of Ryo being a gormless prick, and I think about that like a lot. Especially like now that I'm like playing Shenmue, I'm like, yeah.
You're so right too. Like that's an amazing way to put it.
Alan, yeah, I remember you talking in our first session about how the idea of like what a simulation game is in Japan is way different than how we would kind of use it now, maybe. And yeah, I don't know, you would, if you actually did a simulation, you would sort of use generalized mechanics that interact and that you know, are sort of reusable and like work in multiple contexts, stuff like that, to convey that experience. And I don't know, it's just interesting that if you look at the game sort of in the context it was made in, the legacy of that developer, it makes sense that it is the way it is. But obviously you do feel the limitations of it. It doesn't, like, it's really hard to actually call it a simulation when you sort of have our perspective and background. When really it is like a point-and-click adventure game that is just structured in a certain way and like presented a certain way.
Uh, as a dumb teenager, I played a wealth of really bad RPG Maker games. And there's a lot Shenmue does that you can't do it in RPG Maker, but there's a lot of times I'm playing it and I'm like, oh yeah, like it feels fundamentally similar because I mean you're walking around hitting event triggers, which is like the meme about RPG Maker's games, which is unfair to a lot of them, but not. It doesn't come from a place with no grounding.
Yeah. I guess like maybe this is like a good segue to, and this is probably going to be a final topic for today. Just the way you interact with the world in general. Penguin, I like what you said about how this is a game way more about your gaze and looking than it is about walking. That's sort of the main impression so far that I have.
Yeah, like you can see in like the way they laid out the controls, like in obviously at this point, they're still their control schemes weren't as standardized as ours are now, but putting your head and like moving your neck on the analog stick it centers that action in such a way that it clues you in like this is the most important way to like interact with the world, and especially since like there's this context element of it where you can look at things in your environment, you can sort of zoom into your own head and look around and it'll center on objects, it'll translate the Japanese for you. A lot of the especially earlier on in the game when you have to pay more attention to when certain shops are open and closed, there's no like menu that tells you that you have to go to the shop and look at the sign, and looking at the sign is like a mechanic within itself, to the extent that like the moving around is sort of I would say it's like a good tank controls implementation for what they were trying to do, even if playing on Dreamcast that I really do not like that D-pad.
The D-pad's foul.
It's very stiff. Man, trying to play Marvel 2 on that shit back in the day was so bad.
Oh my god.
But I think moving that action in the D-pad and then when you're actually interacting in the world, it's very elegant in the sense that I feel like a lot of games nowadays, like they have to go too context sensitive, right? You do like Red Dead or something, and it's like all these context sensitive like button prompts pop up around things in the environment, and sort of like it's like you're segueing into sort of a different mode when you're trying to go into those instances. But the actual and Shenmue is like looking around is a very consistent like method of interacting. I don't think it necessarily, and this is colored because I've only been playing this 3 recently. Once you get to the like later on in the game, it feels less necessary because like Raph was saying in chat earlier, the actual story triggers are a lot more linear. You're spending most of your time working the forklift, which by that point it moves the movement controls back onto the analog, so you're not that sort of aspect changes. But especially earlier on in the game, like especially when you're trying to kill time, like just looking around and like seeing what you can zoom in on, especially like back in the house, back in the Suzuki Manor, like the amount of interactables in there is just like astonishing.
Yeah.
Especially to the point, later on you have to grab an item from within the house, and they don't really like clue you in on sort of where it is, so you're spending a lot of time just like digging through your dad's stuff and seeing all these things he left behind. And I mean that's very honest. Like my parents aren't hoarders, but they're very like they're pack rats, right? And so when I'm like looking for my old stuff, back in my parents' house, or like trying to help them find stuff, it's that same feeling, like just digging through mounds of items where you don't know where something is. You're just finding all these random like ephemera and going, oh wow, I just had no idea my parents had this, and like moving on. And using the analog stick as your central gaze, right? Like makes that a central gameplay mechanic in such a way that I don't think I've ever seen like any other game approach.
Yeah, I thought it was sort of startling how I had like a moment where I wanted to sort of run through the city streets, through the world, and then look around at the same time. And you can technically do this because you run with the right trigger. You don't need to input anything on the D-pad, and then you have your left thumb on the stick and you look around. But then you realize, oh, I'm moving so fast that like I'm not gonna have time to turn while I'm walking around, right? Because like obviously, unless I claw, I can't operate the D-pad and the analog stick with at the same time, right? So that sort of, in a weird way, forces you to slow down, right? It forces you to walk through the world more slowly, because that will actually give you time to manage between the D-pad and the analog stick to look around and then turn accordingly. Just the way that made me take in the world sort of more in a more focused kind of way. That really worked. Weirdly.
Yeah, like it's a little thing about like the controls too. I do love how like Rio almost controls like a car. Like yeah, the D-pad sucks, but like when you're like running around the world, like you really can like, because you're less focused on control, like even beyond like using the analog stick to like visibly look around, like because the control feels more automated, I think like you as the player have more like a mental space to like take in the environment and the world, which is kind of nice. Like you can just like take your mind off of like the admittedly like sloppy character control and just kind of like take it in, I suppose.
Yeah, like I don't know, just even if you could like level flaws at it, it does still feel very purposeful, just in a design sense. Even just the fact that I don't know if many games did this, where you the Dreamcast was, I think, the first home console with like analog. Well, no, the Sega Saturn had the 3D pad already, but like I was gonna say analog triggers.
64.
Yeah.
Yes, the analog triggers. Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that that actually does control Rio's speed, and then he has like really nicely interpolated sort of walking animations for like every set speed. I don't know, just that works so fucking well. Again, because oh sorry, yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, the animation overall is just like astoundingly good. For the amount of small, like the amount of things they could have put into a menu, and that they went into so much. I mean, again, the gachapon, like pulling it out, he cracks it open, he throws the little capsule away, he's looking at the thing inside. He's got all these different things he says, not a ton, but and then when you're looking at it, it's not in some abstract model viewer where you can move it in 3-dimensional space. Like you're looking at it, it's in your hand between your index and your thumb, and you're tilting it. You can only you have a limited range of movement. You can't freely manipulate it. Like they went to so much effort to make that again put his gaze at the front of it. Like try to avoid moving to some. Try to avoid objectifying the process, reminding you at every step, in painful detail, what it would be like to do that in real life.
Does anybody else have any hot takes they want to get off their chest?
I don't know if you guys have felt this, but I'm really surprised this game exists, because it feels like the kind of thing that we canceled in 2 seconds, and then we read about this Dreamcast, the super ambitious Dreamcast game before Yu Suzuki got moved on to Space Harrier 2 or whatever.
Yeah, especially with the context of the Saturn's failure, it's just so insane that they actually did go for this in the end.
Yeah, and also the fact that it was incepted to be a serial, and which was more in vogue in Japanese games at the time. There's that Yoshitaka Amano 9-part JRPG on the Dreamcast in Japan.
The Capcom thing, or
I think it's called El Dorado's Gate or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Shit's so cool.
I cannot imagine being a person with as much clout as Yu Suzuki, but the fact that Shenmue exists is a testament to how absurd his clout was.
Yeah, which is really funny. It's remarkable that the game came out in a legible state in the slightest, because it was initially a Saturn game and then got shifted around, and is weird, and the budget was just bloated to shit for no reason. There's conflicting reports on how expensive the game was to produce, but regardless of which number is true, it was still far and away the most expensive game ever produced at the time, up until GTA 4 9 years later, 7, something like that.
Jesus.
And the fact that they were also kind of producing Shenmue 2 alongside it at the same time, it's ridiculous.
It's definitely it's such a Sega thing, because this was this was the crest of the wave for Sega's creator driven culture. This is back when they had spun off all of their they had a decentralized structure where each production studio had its own name and was corporately separate from the main Sega holdings, and just was run by the main creator. Yu Suzuki he had his own damn studio, right? And there's and this doesn't involve Suzuki, but there's a like a Peter Moore interview where he's basically coming in to like save the like try to like reorganize the company on the tail end of the Dreamcast era. And he's like, this corporate structure is fucking bonkers. You can't keep doing this. Dreamcast is not doing well, especially in Japan. We gotta, like this is around the time they're trying to shift over to the third party, like the third party model. And Yuji Naka just stands up as like, and he basically presents focus grouping where like all these hits are like Xbox was cooler, PlayStation 2 is the bomb, Sega's like what your granddad plays, like that kind of shit. And Yuji Naka stands as like, yeah, no way that's true. Like you faked this. Sega, like everyone loves our games. We're the most creative of all game dev companies. Like, just fuck out of here.
And now he's in jail.
Peter Moore, yeah. But Peter Moore, like, was basically like, he looked at him. He told the translator to tell him like, get this fucking guy out of the room. And the guy's like, I can't say that. You can't say that in Japanese. And Yuji Naka is a huge guy at Sega. So, and Peter Moore is like, I can't take this, right? And he just leaves the room. And he, moved to Xbox a couple years after. But I think that's sort of emblematic of like the creators who was running Sega at the time. And in retrospect, it's made these games so awesome. Like especially on Dreamcast, where like they were doing so many different things, but at the same time, this was like the last time anyone would be able to do this. Like, just no one's crazy enough or like willing to just like set fire to buckets of money enough to set something up where creators could just make something insane. Though I will say, John, when you said that about like you're surprised this wasn't a canceled game, it made me think of Floygan Brothers on Dreamcast. That's this game. I think it's a Visual Concepts. They were the NFL 2K workhorse. Like they were basically like solely the people who sold the Dreamcast in America because of just like how good their football sims were over like back when Madden was like real bad. But Madden's still real bad. But and they got a green light to make this like basically make a modern day like retro cartoon like this Fleischer Brothers style cartoon that's like also a co-op game with like complex AI and all this stuff. And it's supposed to be like this multi-game serial series, and they ended up doing one release on Dreamcast. It's like literally a 40-minute long game. It's just like it's like proto It Takes Two, with like two incredibly ugly like mid-40s looking cartoon characters.
Damn.
Yeah, holy shit.
It's basically that game. It's just like they got enough money and it's like, this is never going to go anywhere. Let's just pop this out and pretend like it's a full game.
And yet they called it episode 1.
Yes, yeah. But that's like the clout differential between like Yu Suzuki could do that, and he's like, I'm gonna do that exact like episode 1. I'm gonna take 40 minutes of content and make a 20-hour game out of it. And we have Shenmue 1.
And it kind of owns in some weird ways.
It does super kind of own. It's so sick.
All right. I finished Shenmue. Did you guys finish Shenmue?
Yeah.
Nah. Fuck this game, bro.
I got close. I was forklifting for a while, and I did not finish forklifting, but I will go back to finish forklifting.
Enough.
We did actually all beat it, right? Other than Luke,
I think
all 6 of us.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I spent 12 hours playing Melee in a warehouse yesterday, so
that's a very good excuse.
Hey, that's a 6th-gen game. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
As far as like one sentence reviews go, I thought that'd be a nice way to kick this off with. I'll start with you, Luke, even though you haven't finished, but like I'm sure you have a lot to say still.
Goodness me, putting me on the spot like this. I think I was shocked at how connected I felt to the world, but certain weak pieces that put the game together kind of knock it over a little bit for me. Or I guess breaks the illusion a little bit, but I guess we'll get to it. I was shocked at how much I've enjoyed it though, and I think if I played it like 6-7 years ago, I probably would have hated it.
You know what? I had a very similar impression, to be honest. Yeah. Alan, what about you?
Yeah, I think it owns. I really, really like the game. In like pretty much every regard.
Yeah.
It kind of started to fall off towards the end because maybe PS4 combat, but other than that, yeah, I was having a good time the whole time, pretty much.
That's awesome. John, I'm really curious to hear your take.
I kind of conflicted on it. I didn't really like it, but I thought the production was really interesting. More interesting than the actual game. But I enjoyed like this experience and seeing you guys talk about it and sharing like videos and writing on it.
That's really cool. Yeah, I do think I can speak for myself as well and say that yeah, the context of playing it this way definitely elevated. Raph, you're our biggest Shenmue fan, right?
Oh yeah, my review. I think the game's great. I was really surprised by how much I enjoyed it. Playing it a second time, it kind of like opened my mind up to all these other perspectives, and I realized I was wrong the first time. So I'm sorry.
Pang, you just posted your review on Backlog, right?
I did, yeah. I think like if someone wanted the summary of that, I'd say it was good up until they had that like Tom of Finland ass biker guy you had to beat up with the crazy crotch shot right when they introduced him, and I was like, this is they did not spill on this. This was homophobic as fuck. I wasn't feeling that. Otherwise, the game was pretty good.
Yeah, I can reciprocate a lot of what was said here. I don't know if I said this on record, but I keep sort of having this conflict where I'm like, yeah, do I only like this as much as I do because I have this weird sort of artificial rose tinted nostalgia for like again a game that I never played as a kid, a console that I never had as a kid. But and again, this is probably something I've said before as well, but it just feels so much more than the sum of its parts in the end. And yeah, Pang, you said this in your review as well. It's just that no other game is doing quite what Shenmue did, and the experience being as singular as it is, that has a lot of value, I still feel.
Yeah, there's no other game that like commits as hard as Shenmue does to like. I think I said in the review this like diorama just like depiction of what life was like at that time. And it's like, well, it's boring as fuck. It's like, yeah, because life is boring as fuck, especially if you like in this very like this guy like contriving this whole revenge plot for himself and just trying to throw himself headlong into it, and he just ends up like walking around like, do you know where the men in black are? Did you see that black car go by? It's like there's fucking nothing he can do. Like he's fucking powerless, and he spends the whole game powerless. And I'm assuming that Shenmue 2, he's probably gonna spend a lot of it powerless because I think he goes back to work in that one too. Like, he gets to the end of Shenmue 3 and fucking is still powerless. Like, not to spoil, but I mean, yeah, like it's this very, you could tell he didn't intend this as like almost like a deconstruction. I hate to say that, but like a deconstruction of the hero's journey. But it is like, what if you plop the hero's journey into like start of the like bubble era Japan? Yeah. It's just like, yeah, this fucking kid walking around like just trying to like fighting shadows in a fucking parking lot and playing games and just bumming around. Like, rough life, dude.
We talked for a minute about like the inexpressiveness, or I'm searching for a better word there, but of this game, because it is kind of fractured. It's obviously like a part of a story, and like I read a bunch of reviews after I finished it because I was like, okay, what is the actual like discourse TM on this game? And I was like, it's interesting to see how everybody reaches to complete it in different ways, like complete the game like thematically in different ways. Like there's some people out there have some very like punished interpretations of Rio that I'm like, oh, it never really clicked that way for me, but like I see it. I think it's cool. It's almost like impressionist narratively, which I guess is cool.
Yeah, Raph, you touched on that a little bit in your backlog review that again, Alan said the unexpressiveness of the game kind of manifests in a way where you can almost project anything onto it. And yeah, you may find that a little bit empty, but you may also draw meaning from it, right? Like some of us hopefully did.
Mm.
Oh yeah, true. That's fair. I think that's super fair.
Yeah, it's a weird case where like obviously they're trying to present it in a way that like, oh, the story is clearly trying to go somewhere, you know what I mean? There's something resembling a destination, but like it really is. I mean, I don't want to just say like, oh, it's about the journey rather than the destination, because like the journey itself is also very like meandering and scrappy, you know what I mean?
Mm.
But I think, yeah, it being so broad and being able to kind of project like your own little like adventures or like emotions onto it kind of helped a lot.
I think we.
Well, and that is like that is the essence of role playing, right? Like, and we do this. Well, there's a lot of other games where it's just like assumed of us to do this role playing, right? And I think by extension of us like trying to embody the character, like I said in the review, like you're every time you're like looking through his eyes, you like melt into his head, right? Like you're supposed to embody his perspective. So it does make sense to fill in the blanks where he is, and that is like a very charitable way to look at it, given how like, I mean, just limitations of hardware is like trying to spread all this shit across 3 CDs of like him repeating the same voice lines over and over again, and like not really having much of a personality. But I think it only works as even if Rio himself is only is like very poorly sketched, and a lot of the actual characters like narratively are poorly sketched. The actual world is like relatively rich, in terms of just walking around, seeing people move, like talking to fishermen, like, "Hey, how was your catch?" Or like random other, like seeing Tom as the story goes on. Like, it's very. It at least allows for you to like build something out of the world and the simulation itself by role playing in that sense. But yeah, you have to put yourself in that position, because the story as it is very rigid and not really well laid out, and it. But I think I'm willing to give it more of a pass, because like, how many games have I played that had a good story?
Yeah,
like, not that many.
It's this weird case where I think where I've kind of landed is this sounds like I'm not being very charitable towards it, but there's this disparity between like meeting Shenmue for what it is versus like what it's shooting for. Because like this is a game world where like it presents you with like dozens of characters with like routines that they follow and a world that like advances like completely disconnected from the character. But it's also the same game where like multiple sets of characters will just like repeat the exact same shit like verbatim towards you, and there's clearly like an artificiality towards it, I suppose. But it does like despite any artificiality that slips through the cracks, I think it still does like a remarkable job of like connecting you into the world, I suppose.
I think
what's up?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just gonna take this point somewhere else. Yeah.
Yeah, the only other point I was thinking about specifically for that, like there's a point. It's during the forklift job when you're like asking around like about the Mad Angels. Like you're at like there's like a whole lot of fishermen like lined up throughout the world. I'm like, oh, maybe they'll offer something insightful. You know what I mean? And they all basically say, I didn't catch if it was the exact same voice acting, but they all have the exact same line like verbatim. It's like, oh, they're a bunch of rascals there. What's up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was like the exact same thing. I was like, oh whoa.
Just my liberal usage of the word impressionist earlier. Like the game is vaguely gesturing at fishermen there, without like committing to them being fishermen.
Right.
See, I took them as just random guys who like fishing. Yeah.
They found a fishing rod nearby, and they're just.
I think we mentioned it before, but like the Xbox version of Shenmue 2 came with this DVD movie that summarizes the events of Shenmue 1. And I haven't seen it, but you have to just imagine that it's the funniest shit, because all that happens plot-wise in the game is Rio walking around for 10 hours and just talking to random people, right? I don't It's just really absurd to like imagine that would fill in the blanks for somebody that wants to start with Shenmue 2, because that's not what the game is about, right? It's about actually being in the world and like again embodying Rio. If you break it down to the actual events, then it's very, very easy to see how kind of flimsy it is. Yeah.
Out of curiosity, I watched a bit of it.
Oh shit!
It reminded me of before Neo: The World Ends with You was coming out. I was like, I'm gonna rewatch The World Ends with You's cuts because I've played the game twice, but like I want to make sure I have all the details, but I don't want to replay the game again. And it was just like it made me like very negative on video game stories for like a while, because it's just like, wow, do the thing, black screen. All right, we're here doing the thing, like, and then there's more effort put into it than that for the Shenmue 2 thing, but it is clearly pretty similar to what you're talking about.
So
like, I think we can. Go ahead, Zia.
No, you got.
I was just gonna say, like, and I don't want to like, like sort of sweep too generally here, but I mean, this medium is just rough for telling stories. Like, because of that, like, you have to set up these like sort of individualized scenarios, and you have to stretch it out over, I mean, even like I don't know, we say a short game, but it could be like 5 to 10 hours. Like if you watched a 5 to 10 hour movie, like you'd be watching like the fucking Human Condition or whatever, like like some like insane epic that's like probably multi-part and all that, and trying to, even if you assume that like some of that is just going to be like combat, like it's like when you watch one of those like the Metal Gear Solid the movie on YouTube, and it's like they just have like interspersed clips of the combat, and it's like, this is sort of the whole game. Like if you actually just watch the cutscenes, like 40% of that is just them just telling you what to do, or like offering or repeating the same things because you like forgot something that you originally heard 2 hours ago, right? Like Snake going hi and D, Metal Gear Rex, like all the, and that's like quirks of the language partially, but also just like it makes more sense to repeat things and just like hammer home every point when you're not really thinking about the story for most of it. You're like running around fighting and shit like that. Silent Hill 2 would be a good example of a game that sort of skirts that. But also playing that game last week, even for my like fucked up purpose of evaluating the combat, like comparing to Shenmue, it actually made me feel really bad, because Silent Hill 2 has like its mechanics have no relevance to the story. Like I think Raph and you and I were talking about a review, like Cable 210 or whatever this guy's name is, who was talking about this. It's like, yeah, like that game is another game where it's like you're spending a lot of time just viewing the world and moving through it and like experiencing it. But Shenmue at least goes the extra step and is like, well, we're going to set up all our mechanics around you interacting with the world, even if it's like sort of quote unquote shallow and how we perceive like interlocking mechanics and all that. Like it at least goes the extra step. It's like, if you're going to have a game that's going to try to do this narrative thing and sort of fuck it up along the way, we're at least going to make it so that you can actually like live in the character's body and like feel what it's like to live as him, compared to this like, oh, I'm an everyman in Silent Hill, and then I'm walking through a super scary place, and I dome like 10 mannequins in a row with the rifle. Like and in that context, Shenmue, even with its like weird storytelling that's very stilted, it sort of left me with a very positive impression of it. Like I can't think of very many other games that at least, like I said earlier, commit this hard to the bit.
I've been working through Armored Core recently, and it made me like reflect on like how like episodic in that, like in the way Armored Core missions are, not episodic in like the Telltale way. That kind of storytelling is easier for games, but like something like Armored Core, you're basically playing the action scene of a story if you're worried about Armored Core story. Whereas Shenmue like really does try to do something unique with the fact that it is a narrative game. Like its mechanics really are like so thoroughly entrenched in that, even when like Armored Core's mechanics or something is like much stronger, they're still very like divorced from it, or I don't know how to express that better.
I actually get what I mean. Yeah. I think this. Oh, sorry, John. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, I don't know the scope of this, but I think to Shenmue's credit, I feel like there are a lot of interpretations you kind of get of Rio based off like whatever your personal like playstyle and like whatever events and scenes you trigger. Like I didn't, Pangburn talking about the relationship with Nezumi, and I was like, oh my god, that's a dynamic that I totally missed. And so like my reading of Rio is like a lot more based around, I guess, his like his martial arts, his journey to learning all these moves and continuing the Hazuki legacy. Um, and partly that was like partly it was not just the authored narrative, but it was like I guess you guys mentioned sort of meeting the game halfway. Partly what that was like, when I had a little bit of free time, that was going and practicing moves and stumbling across a couple of events. Like there's the old guy in the park who tells you about the mirror, and it was like I feel like that did like change my very slightly change my interpretation of the story. It is not like a Deus Ex or a Disco Elysium where it's a completely different branching path. But I do feel like it is embracing parts of the medium or parts of kind of the player expression. Pangburn talking about like I don't know if like the Marxist is the right word, but like it's commentary on like capitalism, and then him talking about like going and playing darts in the break room, really different than like how I experienced that game. So I think there's maybe more of a space. Than,
I think go ahead.
No, I was gonna say yeah.
I was just gonna say like I think the fact that it has like just that variety in the space, even if it just allows you to sort of almost sandbox style. Like I think that's what. Like exactly what you're saying, like just aids those different kinds of critique you can take to it from like like the interracial relational part, like the hero's journey part, the like the Marxist / like capitalism critique part, like it's all sort of there, like in the sandbox. You just sort of have to like you can't necessarily play in every part of the sandbox, but you can at least like mess around in your corner, and get what you want out of it.
And I think players are going to stumble across different things because there are scenes I was looking up that I completely missed. Like the cat just disappeared, so I never got the resolution where I think there's like a cutscene where like I think the cat gets adopted or something. And I know I was reading there's a scene where like your friends come to the house, which I think would have given me like a different read on the character on the story. So I feel like it is kind of cool how they've created this like not just like the AI routines, but these little bespoke events that I don't think most players are really going to be able to optimize into stumbling into all of them, but they are going to I think probably shape your individual read of the character.
Yeah, what's up?
I was gonna say like Shenmue makes a pretty compelling argument for like if you're able to tell your story with like a contemporary setting, doing so. Because like Rio and I mean really anyone in this game is not like a particularly like thoroughly like conceived like thought out deep character or something, but you're able to read all this meaning into him because I just like simulating his daily life was something the developers obviously had a lot of perspective on because they lived through that era. So like they can more easily, it's almost like emergent gameplay, but for storytelling, they can more easily include things that weren't really intended to have meaning, but ended up having meaning anyways, because they just have that perspective.
Yeah, like I guess another note about like the role playing, and John mentioned like optimizing time. Like I kind of noticed that like kind of because it's more a game about passing time than it is time management, like motorcycle. Because you kind of have to like slot into the world in ways that you particularly seek out, like that will inherently like change how you view the world and the characters and whatnot, especially when it's so stuffed with like missable side events. Like someone like me who maybe like spend more of his time like playing like darts or Space Harrier or just like being in the real world doing stuff, like I will have like maybe a more like shallow read of some of the characters than someone who like did find all the secret events or like did interact with Nozomi more to like push their relationship along towards the end. You know what I mean?
On my playthrough, Rio's most defining character trait was his love of Coca-Cola. That's definitely the one.
So true.
I guess like sort of this idea of like mechanics conveying some or things just being present in the world of Shenmue, conveying something inherently. That's a good segue into how hard Disc 3 pivots in terms of the overall experience. And obviously that's in the fact that it focuses on Rio going to the harbor and doing this forklift job in hopes of attracting the Mad Angels, which is this biker gang that he has reason to believe that they're connected to Landi. How do you guys feel about
I think
Yes.
I think I could like it is arduous labor. My first thought was like, oh, they didn't have time or money, and they kind of landed on this as a solution to pass time.
that?
But I don't know. Like, I don't know how avant-garde they wanted to be with like the last portion of the game just being like meaningless busy work, like in between like interacting with characters. But it does feel like, I don't want to say it feels more deliberate, but I don't know. Like, I feel like assuming Yu Suzuki is like this grand man who has this 25 chapter story roughly laid out in his head, right? You'd almost have to imagine like he would rewrite some of it. Like, he seems like a guy who takes pride in like his work and like his own vision, you know what I mean? So I don't know if that's something he would have like restructured just to, you know, pass time and fill a disc, you know what I mean? Because I'm sure most developers didn't seek out to make a game with like oh, as many discs as possible, because like that's just expensive, you know what I mean? Like, you'd almost rather just like cut the fluff than, you know, add more content and make the game more expensive to produce, you know what I mean? So the fact that they still go out of their way to kind of lead into that, and then you spend an entire disc doing this like one task, like it does kind of feel deliberate. Like, whether you think it's good or not, I guess is like completely separate, but that was on my mind a lot when I was like playing that today.
I feel like I remember multiple discs being like a selling point in that era. I feel like that was a real thing. Like, oh my dude, this game's like 4 discs. I especially personally, I was a Nintendo kid, right? I didn't have a PlayStation growing up, and then playing FFA for the first time, and then seeing it's on 4 discs, like, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah,
you can name
I
your
remember
characters.
that.
Yeah. See, I personally read it sort of as AM2 leveraging their experience and like just, you know, their experience in making very instanced specific gameplay systems for individual games, right? Individual arcade games, whether it be fighting or, in this case, you know, sort of a driving kind of thing. And I guess like this brings me back to my point earlier about like, yeah, okay, this is not a very expressive game. It's not really saying a lot. Again, with prose or whatever, but the fact that it has this, I'm gonna very loosely use the word simulation of this forklift job.
Okay.
That inherently did carry a lot of meaning for me, at least. I had a period in my life where I did do manual labor at fucking UPS and FedEx and all that shit, just stacking boxes, and it was not fun. But it sort of made me think, okay, you may be stuck in this job that you're not passionate about for various reasons. You need the money, or you're directionless in your life, whatever. And again, it's not exactly what you want to do, but like, it's still a part of the real world. And
Yeah.
I was trying to explain this to Yulia earlier on the phone, to my girlfriend Yulia on the phone, where I was thinking, okay, like, play and games are like such an inherent part of being human, right? And you can kind of turn everything into a game if you want to. Everything that's kind of manual and everything that sort of has motion or just anything physical, right? And doing this like gamified version of manual labor of a forklift kind of job, it put me back in this mindset of like, yeah, again, I'm repeating myself a little bit, but like, yeah, I don't necessarily want to do this, but I do slowly find ways to get more efficient at it. I slowly see my skills how to grow, and I even in small pockets I do see the joy and the fun in it sometimes even. It gave me that experience in a very strange way. Did anybody else feel similar maybe?
Yeah.
Sorry, John, you can go ahead because I had like I guess a decent amount to say about that. So
No, I was just
I
gonna
had to
say.
project a little bit.
No, I think Pangber mentioned this in the thing he posted today. But like, I think this is captured, like getting off a shift and going into like walking through like a dead city, where like all the joy has been it's sucked out of the world. I guess the thing that makes me wonder if it's like deliberate or if it's maybe a production thing, because I was thinking this feels like a section that there's like a baton passed in my head where this goes from being like an intentional like commentary into being maybe a production thing, is the fact that when you get your money stolen, I knew there was a forklift part, so I thought, okay, he's working for, to get enough money to buy another ticket or something. But
Yeah.
the fact that he's just looking for the Mad Angels, and there's a big door that says Mad Angels in the harbor, and I was like, do we need to do 2 or 3 more days of this? Can we just fight and even I felt like even the combat scenarios get more repetitive. You fight like remix versions of the same dozen guys, and that was kind of where I was like, it really feels like we're kind of running in place for a little bit. So I agree, and like I want to say, I think as someone who's also worked shitty jobs, who's cleaned up vomit at 6 in the morning or whatever, like I'm totally with you on the weird like hypnosis of manual labor. But I think there is maybe there's a point where I see it more as we got to fill for time because this was supposed to be one game that got cut in 2.
Yeah, I get that. I'm being very charitable to it, for sure. The thing that you said about you finish the job and then the town is kind of dead was another thing I was thinking about a lot. Where, again, it's not something the game is explicit about, right? It doesn't explicitly say, okay, oh fuck, man, I don't have time to see my friends. What the fuck is this? Blah, blah, blah. I don't have time to do anything else. It's just something that you feel, right? It's something that you feel in the lack of being able to do all those things that you were able to do, before you started the job. And again, this could be me reading too much into it, but I do think, just the way that experience comes together, for me it totally worked. For me it totally had meaning.
Yeah, it's kind of this weird thing where like, I mean, I think a lot of people kind of get wrapped up in like, oh, developer intent and whatnot, and I definitely do as well. Like, as someone who's like into like certain games that evolve so much over time to something that the developers probably clearly did not intend necessarily. But just the fact that, I guess, regardless of how, I guess, maybe scuffed the end product kind of feels in some ways, like it mainly in like the forklift job and whatnot, the fact that I am able to like link to it in some way, I think like is a decent like point in its favor. Like I'm currently, I guess, without getting all the way into it, I am literally at a point in my life where like I'm drudging through a meaningless job of putting shit on shelves and being like as soulless as possible while also trying to like jumpstart my life in a new direction with no, I guess, momentum towards that goal. Like I'm kind of exactly in that shoe of like, that like working towards something directionless and not knowing how to get there. And even down to weird interactions I was able to link with the world where like in the middle of like my playthrough, my disc stopped working. So I had to like figure out like, all right, I'm going to burn a new CD just to like keep going with this. Or any little interaction I had where like, while Rio had to wait in the world, I was also carrying on with like little meaningless life tasks. Like there was like a weird bit of like interconnectedness I felt throughout that whole thing, like including like the shitty like forklift job. Like, I mean, even aside from any like arcade influence that AM2 had, it was just weird that there was that connection at all when I expected it to just feel like this like offshoot, like, oh, we got to fill time thing, even though that probably is mostly what it is. I don't know. I guess I was able to appreciate it even in that like bit of a reached way where I just happened to be playing it at a decent point in my life, I suppose, for it.
I couldn't help but think of Uncharted 4 when I was playing the forklift stuff, because that game opens with kind of similarly, where Nathan Drake is, at a point where he's abandoned adventure. He's a trash diver now. He fishes trash out of the water, and I'm sure some of you have played it, but the way I remember it is that you do sort of just point the analog stick to the thing, and then you press one button, and then he does the thing, right? Is that accurate, or was there like more to it, sort of simulation wise?
No, it's pretty simple. It's very like, you go hit the prompt.
Cool. Okay, because like I remember Neil Druckmann talking about playtesting that part, and them sort of saying, okay, when the first reception for playtest was kind of negative, and when we then asked people, okay, but was this interesting though? Like, don't think about if it's fun. Is this interesting? And then the reception was better. Where I'm kind of at is that I feel like Shenmue just gains so. I think this is actually a perfect example of what we were talking about, where Uncharted is a lot more explicit with what it's trying to convey, right? That sort of lust for adventure and that longing and that melancholy. But the fact that it's not conveying the action mechanically, I feel is a huge point to its detriment, right? And that's something that connected me a lot more to Shenmue. I got a lot more out of it because this like dumb little mini game had so many little nuances to it, right? Where I think it's even smart that they recontextualize these forklift controls by making you do the race at the start of every morning. Because then it makes you sort of see the environment in a totally different way, where you, for example, you have to be kind of strategic with when you decide to overtake one of the other racers, right? Because in most instances, you'll just get stuck in the corner if you do too early.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was just gonna say it's interesting because like and they could have like gone with a different like handling model, like because they have the very roller coaster-esque hang on style motorcycle controls, right?
Yeah.
And then for the forklift, it's still this similar like you sort of you hold a lot of your momentum even when you let go of the gas, and you can do these really tight turns while still moving, right? They're still like turning, but it's interesting because it's also it almost feels like a little out of place because it's like a little more goofy, right?
Yeah.
But it is this like sort of getting back to like the rationale for like putting the forklift this whole like manual labor part in this game. It's interesting because and I talk about this pretty extensively in the review, but when Rio goes into like the workforce, right? Like he has no social bonds before, and then he suddenly like gains this whole set. Like he becomes friends with Mark, and Mark has this brother that he's lost, right? And he has, you can talk to all of your coworkers on break, and they'll sort of rib you or whatever, ask you what's up, and you're able to like confide more in them. It's interesting because you're talking about like it being like implicit in terms of like how Rio like the whole Dead City sort of thing. Like when you go home, there's a person you can talk to. I think King Bancho or like Rodrigo brought this up in his review as well. There's like a old classmate you can talk to during the section. He's like, "Hey, we haven't seen you in some time. Like, I heard you're working this forklift job," and Rio's like very dodgy about it, and like doesn't want to talk about like his motivations or whatever. Like he sort of like cuts the conversation quick. But he's a lot more open with his coworkers. I think the forklift race is sort of like part of that. It's like this ritual that they take on to like not only get to know the controls better, but like to get to know the environment better, right? To get to know each other better, like to sort of like add some levity to the workday, which I find interesting because obviously like, and this is sort of part of the review as well. I don't say this explicitly, but like I mean, obviously labor itself is not wrong or bad or like if we lived in like a perfect communist society, people would still have to undertake labor, right? But and it's sad that for Rio to make these connections, he has to undertake this like sort of transactional, like motor production, right? Like he only knows these people because he took on this job, and even then he has ulterior motives about like finding Mad Angels, even if it's like a really fucking stupid way to go about it, like you said, John. What's interesting in like how and it's almost like a driving experience in that way, right? Like when you're in the forklift, like driving around, like it's sort of like I can't wait to like get to the next part, right? Like it's just like your work does. Like I can't wait to fucking get home, you know. I can't wait to do this thing that's been in the back of my mind. Which is, at least for me, I know like when I'm working, that's sort of a good motivator because it almost makes me do the task more efficiently. Like it becomes like acting more on instinct, and I guess that part of it is hard to describe. Like when I play a rhythm game or whatever, I'll if I'm thinking about something other than the game, I usually perform better. Just in terms of like almost not worrying about optimizing every little thing, because it's sort of like this the art of learning tennis or whatever it's called, where like the less you think about something and more just let your body do it, like the more you just intuitively like grasp what you're learning. And I think the fact, and this is getting back to your points, yeah, sorry, I like wanted this huge detour.
Oh, it's all good.
But like the fact that they even went so far as to make the forklift something that you can like, it's obviously not very deep in terms of it's very lenient in terms of crashing and hitting people, partially because the draw distance is just so shitty. And when it's snowing, it runs at like 20 or like even less frames per second on Dreamcast. It's rough. But I think the fact that they even went for it and like had this sort of like stacked boxes and like they don't like, the boxes don't lock into place. You have to get them in the lines yourself and sort of like learn how to line it up and learn how to use the different camera angles and that kind of thing. Like establishing all of that and then giving you this extra stuff to sort of look forward to, it really does at least affect the sense of like this real job, exactly like you're saying, Zed. Like just like absentmindedly getting better at it, like while sort of like listlessly like just waiting, you know. It's like it's a waiting process within itself. It's very interesting the way they implemented it. It probably would have been if they had done anything more with it, it would have been annoying. I think they could have really made it stupid, you know. But I think that they just struck the right balance of like something with a little bit of depth to get you to at least like give you something to chew on, but then also like sort of mindless enough that you're just sitting there waiting, like, okay, I can't wait till they pull me out of the forklift and try to beat me up, or like I can't wait till afterwards when I try to find this guy or learn a new move or whatever. So it's very interesting in that way.
Yeah, I feel like in that way, for me at least, the form definitely is the function, and just again with Uncharted, for example, just visually representing the job, but then not actually mechanically representing it, that would not have hit it the same. Anybody else want to talk about the forklift still, or do you want to?
I think it's funny how Rio is this like employee sent from heaven who is given raises like every single day, like from the start of getting this job, and then in a week they're like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, bro, we gotta let you go. This isn't working out."
Fucking.
I sort of hate this. Go ahead.
Oh no, he did you dirty, yeah.
Yeah, I sort of hate the way that system works, like, because the money doesn't do anything by that point.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that they were trying to like, it sort of undermines like what we're reading into as the intent, because like, well, we don't want to make this like a wage, you know, like we want to incentivize like learning the system a little bit, and I think it's not intrusive thematically to the point where it's like annoying, but it is like, I mean, it's like the quotas they give you are really low. Like,
true.
I don't. Yeah. Weren't some of y'all? I think. Yeah. Did you track how many boxes you were carrying? I think someone in here mentioned that they had like tracked their scores or whatever. But
yeah, I didn't.
Wrong. I don't remember at all.
I didn't do it super carefully, but like I definitely exceeded the quota like every day. Yeah.
Yeah, like usually getting pretty close to the quota even by lunch. Like. At least at the start, like it really is low. I almost wonder if part of that is like the fact that Shenmue is trying to pull like as this like cinematic like everyman experience. So I almost wonder if they kept it so loose so that like your average like everyman like isn't like this and they like don't meet quota and then they lose a job or whatever. So like having this motivation to kind of like learn the system and get better at the crates while not having it so like tight that only like the super sweat lords at Shenmue box stacking can like get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
like it feels loose enough so that like your uncle who doesn't play games might be like, yo, that Shenmue thing looks pretty cool, and then he gets into it, and then he's actually able to like figure that out.
This is what you're playing?
I can say that in Shenmue 2, you do keep the money. The money does transfer with your save. It gets converted to Hong Kong dollars, of course, but
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh shit! See, I mean, I took a cursory glance at Shenmue 2 because I was really curious how the save conversion kind of works, and I had like double the amount of cash that I did when I tried it on the Xbox, where obviously you can't transfer saves. So I don't know how meaningful that is in the end, but like it's kind of cool.
I'm actually really curious to play that one. It's funny because there's I think like Woodaba has a pretty well known review for Shenmue on the site, and they talk about like how they don't want to ever go forward with the story. Like Shenmue 1 is very self-contained in like what it portrays, and they're very much from the idea of like social alienation and Ryo being on this like unstoppable path for revenge and all of that, and sort of wasting away their life. For me, it's like because I'm really invested in like the exploring and looking around and like reading every single sign and all that. I know 2 has like much larger environments, like more to do, that kind of thing. I'm actually really interested in playing that one. I don't know when I am going to play it, because it's sort of like, I mean, I think y'all went through this much faster than I did. This has been a playthrough that's probably taken me like 2 years or so. Just because it's like I pick it up and I do maybe 5 days, and then I put it down for 6 months, and so to me that's the optimal way to play this kind of game. Like, because the story's not that hard to keep track of, and it's like I don't want to burn myself out, but I am really interested in. I'm really interested in getting the 3, but I think that's like morbid curiosity in a way.
Yeah. This is actually a great segue, because like the one dominant thought that I had when finishing Shenmue was that, damn, players in the 90s had no idea that this shit would never end. Like, you would like, obviously you had to have finished Shenmue 1 in 1999 and thought, oh shit, like in 2 years the story will continue, and then 2 years after that then we'll see the conclusion or whatever, and then yeah, it's one of the most legendarily unfinished games ever.
Maybe the Dreamcast 2 will be out for Shenmue 3.
Yo, maybe they'll finish it in Shenmue Online.
Oh my god.
They need to let him make another one. They should just like, I mean, Sega just hire him back with the Yakuza money and just like do one of those like Professor Emeritus kinds of things, right? Where they just have the office and they just like fuck around campus and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
they just let him do that and just make Shenmue 4 on his own. Like, just give him like 40 employees and just like go crazy. Like,
see, I know what you mean when you say give him Yakuza money, but like, given that it's Sega, I'm like, wait, hold on, what money are we talking about?
I mean the Leica Dragon money.
Yeah,
yes,
the Yakuza
there's probably a little bit of both. Yeah,
real life Yakuza money funding Shenmue.
I think the game Yakuza is doing much better than the real life Yakuza right now.
That is factually correct, I'm pretty sure. They be squirting them games out. It's crazy.
Yeah. It is crazy.
So I will say one thing about like I know the Shenmue Yakuza relationship has been done to death, but it really made me appreciate like why the Yakuza games are so much more like sporadic in their production values. Like when I played Zero, I was like, why are we going from the most like amazing looking animation ever into the weirdly Bayonetta, we're talking but we're stop motion, into like text RPG? And I think it's because like Shenmue is the most pointlessly expensive game ever. And I was thinking, even like this 3, I was like, this is a gray warehouse. You can just cheat. They're guys in overalls. They all look the same. But it's like, there's still like, oh, there's the guy with the buck teeth and the glasses. And there are like, each of the other people you're working with, just at the forklift company. There's the guy with the little like pompadour who's taking photos. And it's like, they don't need to be voice acted. You could just cheat. You could do the easy thing. And I think like that's something I see a lot more in Yakuza. And I wonder if it's like, as much as it's maybe tapping into the like the voyeuristic, well, for I guess for us, like the voyeuristic quality of getting to walk around this like downtown Tokyo area. It's also like they're still like maybe being more economic about how they make those games, because of Shenmue.
Yeah, I think Shenmue being maybe the first of its kind to be this like expensive for no reason, like massive multi-million-dollar video game. I think it tries to cut corners in the wrong spots. Like it tries to be resourceful in some ways, but it is still like the most like lavish, like, oh my god, like why did you do this sort of thing? Like individual drawers with individual items that can individually be examined and like looked at, and then you take like random fishermen that don't matter and like I guess it's at a point where you kind of do matter, where it's like you're trying to look for stuff and characters spout the same stuff. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like certain priorities were backwards, which was really funny. I almost wonder if like they set their aspirations so high at the start and then later on, well, yeah, they definitely had to cut corners later when they were like making one big game and then split it into two. You know what I mean?
Go ahead.
It's funny because like naturalistically, you'd come to those fishermen and it like takes you right out that they're all saying the same thing.
Yeah.
But from a mechanical perspective, the second the one more of them said the same line, I was like, okay, not here.
Yep. No, for sure. It's really fascinating.
I mean, even if you look at the graphics for this game, like this is like the best looking game from this era, like by a pretty wide margin. I mean, like first half of Beach Gen, and Dreamcast cheats because I mean, this is a console from 1998. That's like mind blowing. I can run this, and I think Yu Suzuki said that like Shenmue 2 is like 50% of the power of the Dreamcast. Like they had so much more to unlock. But if you look like. Because it's like playing San Andreas recently, right?
Oh my god,
just, on a whim. And that's like 05 game, but it's based on like the original GTA 3 engine. And that was the one that captured hearts and minds for like, and then there's like so many factors that I could go into, blah blah blah. But you just look at the people in the game, and they're fucking potato people, like any of those games, they look so bad, and then they're like sitting here like. Individually like putting eyelashes on these characters and like giving Tom like what at the time would have been like a semblance of like a real like that like Dread style. Like hair processing at that point is fucking hard, and like shadows and all this stuff, and it's like it almost to the point where it was like too ahead of its time. It was like y'all didn't need to make it look this good, especially running at 480p on VGA is like y'all should have waited like 5 years and this still would have been state of the art.
Yeah, I think here's a decent like frame of reference. Like Metal Gear Solid was viewed as like this like technologically like insane breakthrough with really expressive characters for what they are, you know what I mean? And Shenmue came out in 1 year after that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's crazy.
It's too wild.
I mean,
sorry.
So like the famous quote is that Hideo Kojima was jealous of Vagrant Story because of how like insane its presentation was, and that game came out in 2000 February. So, and Shenmue blows. I mean, I wouldn't say aesthetically, but like the detail of its presentation blows Vagrant Story out of the water. It is like insane, and obviously different platforms there. But there's this phrase that I kind of loathe on both sides is looks like a PS2 game.
Ooh.
And people will use it derogatorily, but then people will also clap back and be like, actually FF12 looks great, which like of course it does. But Shenmue, like the PS2, how many years later was the PS2 from the Dreamcast?
It was 2 years out, but PS2 was 2000 for like at least like its earliest release date. Dreamcast was 1998, but it got a year delay in America for like multiple different reasons. Sega America was like dormant for like all 98, and they had a handover to Bernie Stoller, I believe, and that point. So like all that shit. But they basically rushed out a new console because Saturn was underperforming, and then PS2 sort of gobbled up their enthusiasm, right? Because PS2 is like not really that much more powerful than Dreamcast, if at all. and there's other ways that it has major issues. Like it's like every game on there is like interlaced more or less, whereas Dreamcast is like progressive scan for everything and all this other shit. But it's I think that like we know what later PS2 games look like. Shadow Colossus, Snake Eater, FF12, like all of these. I don't know. Later. Well, yeah, we never got later for Dreamcast. Now, I will say, and this just came to mind. This is like undermining my earlier point. When Shenmue 2 came out on Xbox, the contemporary reviews for that were actually sort of negative in the graphics department. It's like, this already looks old. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? But also, I think there are points that might have aged poorly. Like, I saw a replica of Rito's tiger jacket. So that was the first time I actually realized he had a tiger on the back of his jacket. I just thought it was like an orange blob. But then his face is like gorgeous. Like I would kiss him, you know, like he looks amazing. But then some of the texture work in this game is just fucking atrocious. So there are places where it like doesn't quite. It's weird because it's like that in Sonic Adventure, like the earliest versions of like this is what modern AAAs are going to look like in Beach Gen, right?
Yeah,
and everyone else went a pretty different direction based on the tech they had at their disposal and all this, you know, like different capabilities of the hardware, etc. But it's funny that even I think nowadays people like at least I'm able to look back and be like, man, this looks amazing for the time. But even at that time, like the way it looked amazing was like sort of lost on a lot of people who wanted like super far draw distances with the giant, you know, cities that you can walk around and that kind of thing. Like, and Shenmue doesn't do that for sure.
The texture quality is something interesting that I don't think we've really discussed much because we just kind of generally have been like hitting like, wow, this does look crazy for the time. And I feel like a lot of that comes from like modeling and like scene direction stuff. I feel like a lot of that is a stuff. Whereas and obviously everybody has to play Shenmue by slowly walking around and looking at things, but I like to do that in games to begin with. And I was very like when we first started playing the game, I didn't bring it up, but the texture work here is not great. Like even like I don't want to say for the time because like what do you compare Shenmue to of its time? But like I just like it made me not want to focus on like scenes a lot, especially like landscape textures and stuff, because it was just so unappealing. I don't know. I was a bit disappointed with that because the Yakuza games, even as early as 1, are like, ooh, little treasure hunts. Cool textures.
One thing I think sort of makes sense in this context is the motorcycle section, because I inevitably had to think that, okay, it's so common now or I guess you could say in modern AAA games, there's this expectation that they have all these like instanced gameplay systems, these fleshed out, almost kind of disparate, not related systems for bespoke things to convey. Sorry, I butchered the sentence. To convey like specific, just aspects of the experience, right? You know, with a modern
like FF7 minigames.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. You could even think of like something like Resident Evil 4 Remake, right, where you expect it to have aiming, shooting, stealth system, basic melee system. That's such a sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Again, it's such a default kind of expectation now, and you kind of take it for granted. That's what I was looking for. But in the context of something like Shenmue, building like a motorcycle minigame for this one specific section feels incredibly wasteful, and yeah, that's sort of where my head was at when I was playing it, but at the same time, it's still kind of prescient of where the industry would go in a way, right? We talked a lot about how this game has never really been replicated and kind of went in a totally different direction from like most of the industry. It's not very systems driven. It's very I think there's something funny about how for every bespoke gameplay system in Shenmue, they flash the big help prompt on the screen where you can press the start button and it explains how it works. Because it literally is like they grafted many different games kind of together, right? And again, that seems kind of odd, but that is sort of where the industry kind of would go with AAA games in the end.
It reminded me of immediately of Skyward Sword, the flying segments just smacking the fucking Wiimote on the screen. And I was like, oh.
What popped in my mind is like, yeah, it was like the first of its kind, and then Devil May Cry did even better with the fucking space area section. Right at the end. Kami of the Legend, actually.
That kind of like set PC like mini game thing is like, PS1 JRPGs especially had like a fanaticism for it. They were like, oh yeah, dude, you're gonna play Battleship and then go snowboarding and then do a tower defense game. And no, we didn't finish developing the combat, so magic defense doesn't work. But
I do think compared to like in the like Yakuza 5 is always the one I looked at with its it has the highway racing mini game.
not that mini game, but
oh yeah, Yakuza 5 the GOAT. Actually, I should see like a more favorable comparison would be like the hunting mini game, which is actually sort of sick.
Yeah.
I guess I would put highway racing above the fucking snowball mini game. That shit is terrible. but like just thinking of like the highway racing, like I don't know at what point they sort of lost their touch. Like I think like Sega's like final racing hurrah is definitely Sega Rally 2006, right? Like there's like Outrun 2 on the AM2 side, and then everyone else at Sega was like Sega Rally 2006, and after that they sort of stopped. They like fucked off with the racing games. But that game, like just comparison, like the drifts are like wonky and very like canned. Like you go into a drift and it's a very specific angle. There's no like momentum or anything. And here it's like the motorcycle section is not like it's not like particularly deep or anything. But just the fact that they did this very like very honest like recreation of like the hang-on style physics where it's like you're sort of tied to the middle of the road. They make it a little looser in Shenmue. It's not like because it's like 3D, right? So it's not quite as hokey as Hang On is. But that very same sort of like you let off the gas and your turn goes from like this very wide one to like a very short one very quickly, and you have to sort of feather the gas. Like compared to something where they could have just had you like hold accelerated the whole time and just move the analog stick in the right direction. Like they actually went the extra mile, probably even more so than they did with the forklift, which is just funny for it's literally a 90-second mini game. Yeah, and the music, like oh my god, I was talking about this in the pre-show, but yeah, the just going crazy with the shitty MIDI guitars, like literally every single Sega game from like 1994 on sounds better, and they just went back like, now we need to make this as authentic as possible. Bring out the fucking like Doom E1 M1 guitars and just go to town. It's fucking sick.
One thing I wasn't super into on the third disc was the higher emphasis on combat. I feel like a lot of y'all kind of share that sentiment.
Well, so I talked last time about like being a little more aware of like the issues with the PS4 combat because we discussed like what was wrong with it.
Yeah.
But then the rest of the game happened, and I came away like kind of positive about Shenmue's combat this time. I don't really have that impression anymore.
Oh.
And I wonder how much different that would be on Dreamcast, but it was a slog.
So for I know we talked about it, but the main difference in the PS4 version is that like OTGs don't work, right? Or is there like more to it than that?
I think some of the
that's
hitboxes
basically yeah.
Yeah, because my experience with the Shenmue combat, like even on Dreamcast, has been very like fumbling around, not really. I mean, maybe it's like partially skill issue, but like I'm willing to believe the combat is just like a little fucked up. Like I just trying random moves, forgetting the inputs to stuff because obviously like you only end up doing so much practice unless you really like sit in a parking lot and just do the exact same moves for a while.
Yeah,
I don't know how much training goes into play. Yeah, I don't know. It's a very weird thing. Like I didn't get like a good gauge of like how enemies act either. But again, that might be like how the combat shows up sporadically enough to where you never get a good feel of it. But it happens just enough to where you really feel how like messed up it is.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Alan?
I was just gonna say, I will say, while the combat itself is a slug, the way the game like ramps into that combat there at the end is like peak.
That's pretty fucking cool. Oh yeah, see, I mean, when you're playing the 70-man battle on the Dreamcast, it shows the number of people you've defeated on the VMU.
That's so sick.
It's
I
so
love
fucking hype, dude. Oh my god.
Wait, how do I do the Bloody Palace mode? I want to try that now.
Yeah, see, I read that that's a thing, but like that like you can replay the 70-man battle somehow from the main menu after you clear it, but I'm not sure how that works.
Is this the same as the final big fight, like with the Tom Felon guy at the end, with like all the little mini bosses and shit? Yeah, that part I felt like up to then. Well, because what I did, I know Raph said last time that training wasn't that important. I think I said I just leveled up the basic kit combo all the way. With that leveled up all the way, I could basically like within 2 or 3 hits take down like any regular enemy. So most of it was like not that interesting until I hit the bosses. I thought the final boss was actually pretty cool. I mean, I don't feel like I had a good grasp on like why it felt better. I did like that it's well set up enough that if you like he'll do a diving or like this sort of like air leap at you, and if you put out a hitbox like something like beefy enough, it will actually like give you a free knockdown and like take him down. And you can sort of do it on a reaction too. Like and that one I felt like I was actually like doing sort of like a duel, right? But that's also because if you just sort of hold him at mid range while he's like got his like finger, like I'm doing the gesture right now. I can't even like describe it, but he's like crouched over, and he's like hissing at you. You can just sort of keep him there and then just recover all your health, and that's what that's how I beat it. I just would recover all my health by like going in a circle with him, and then just try to beat the shit out of him. But not like amazing. But it was. I think the fact that it feels very weighty and like when your hits make contact, they make contact. Like there's never a point where like there's not really any super armor or anything. They will like I guess they'll sort of like grab you and throw you out of the way and opens you up to the back, which is not good. But once you learn which enemies can do that and how many hits it takes for them to do that, that feels more there's something there, you know.
Yeah.
It's better than nothing. It might be actually no, I'm not gonna say it's better than Yakuza Combat. Yakuza Combat's like its own like sort of also shitty, but also sort of cool.
Different flavors of mid. Yeah.
Yes, different flavors of mid, exactly.
I still maintain like the fact that they build this full fucking combat system, but then only let you engage with it at very specific sort of junctures. That's what really makes it cool, and like it makes it feel like, oh shit, like this is serious now. And again, we discussed this before, but you don't have all this time to practice. It's very sudden. You can't just look up your moves within battle, right? Just the fact that it does happen so frequently on the third disc kind of diluted it for me a little bit as a sort of experiential thing, right? Where at that point, it sort of was this weird sweet spot between I got used to fights happening, but I still didn't really get used to the combat itself. Yeah. I kind of did this leg drop move a lot because it feels like that should be an OTG, but it kind of wasn't. Like I could never really. I saw one sick video of like a guy doing combos and could never fucking replicate that. And I don't know. It feels like the kind of game that would be sort of as a meme, really funny and fun to get sweaty at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Yeah, it's I guess another issue again with the comment that I had with the comment being more frequent that I ran into was that at some points it's not really clear for me what enemy Rio is actually targeting. The way he's sort of turning and like, like locking in his target gets very fiddly and very confusing. I noticed, for example, also that the R button, usually it's for obviously the move shortcut that you said, but when there's no enemy near you, it will actually do a sort of 180. And I had like a lot of weird situations where the enemy wasn't quite in view yet, and it wasn't clear at what point like the function of the R trigger changes. Just weird shit like that.
We talked a lot about how like the combat is given severity by like its infrequency.
Yeah.
The phrase "final boss" for this game is like so interesting to me because like there is so much like working against that boss's like experience to like make it not feel climactic in that way.
Yeah.
But it's still totally like, at least for me, it's still totally landed. I'm fully aware that there's a Shenmue 2. I'm fully aware that in the grand scheme of what's supposed to be Shenmue, this guy is not very significant. I don't even like the arena is cool, like aesthetically, but it's not like super climactic or anything. And yet I was kind of hyped, like going into it. I was like, yeah, like I think that was just because like minor things are given such significance in Shenmue, like throughout the totality of the experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's the guy that, he fucks you up at the arcade and then he eats your Hong Kong ticket. That does feel like build up enough to kind of justify it at the end, yeah.
Yeah, I guess like even for stuff that does end on a cliffhanger, it generally doesn't, like the scale doesn't skew as minor as this guy is. Like,
yeah.
I'm trying to think, like, I don't know, some JRPG probably pulls a god final boss and then goes on to have a sequel, like.
Yeah, they made 16 Final Fantasies.
Does anybody have any more thoughts on like just the game itself that they want to get off their chest? Because then, if not, I would move on to sort of contextual stuff around the game's release and reception and all that.
I can't really think of much. I mean, I guess Shenmue is a weird game where like there is kind of a lot to talk about, but the gameplay is, I guess, spread thin for lack of a better word. So it's pretty easy to like nail a lot of the big stuff, I think.
Yeah.
It's not like a systems-driven game in the same way that like some other action games of the era might have been.
Yeah. There's actually a good note to like sort of conclude on, because I feel like, yeah, Shenmue is both a really dense and a really sparse experience at the same time, in a weird way. I guess like one thing I want to lead into the next point with is I watched this Super Eye Patch Wolf video yesterday, sort of to I don't mean for this to sound derogatory, but like to get an idea of what like maybe the normie take on Shenmue is and sort of what common opinions on the game are. The video actually has a section on how the game kind of was received over both at its release and then over the years a little bit. And yeah, one thing that he, for example, kind of focused on is that the amount of things to do in the world seem kind of paltry by today's standards. I think we've already established why that actually kind of works in its favor in some ways. Again, for me, if the fact that I have to wait and am sort of more encouraged to, get really touchy with the world, that really works for me. But anyway, I guess it was interesting to see that, again, from this video, that even when Shenmue came out, and obviously it was positioned as this savior of the Dreamcast, savior of Sega, this massive fucking exclusive, again, the most expensive game of all time at that point, the reception was not glowing. The reception was obviously not distinctly negative from what I could see, but it's not considered like one of those instant classics the way maybe FF7 or Metal Gear Solid at the time.
Right.
It's like I wonder how much of that is like just like immediate abrasive Shenmue jank, like because like I mean people put up with Final Fantasy VII's like combat animations at the time, even though that like maybe doubles the length of the game. And I wonder how much of it was like just like this game not really like boxing into anything very well.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I mean, we've grappled with how hard it is to discuss, like even as a genre like work. And I wonder like, because I mean, I remember for a long time, it felt like reviews, they were like, oh, this is a Metroidvania. Does it take the Super Metro? If not, it's bad. And I wonder how often that happened to this game as well, because I can see it failing a lot of those.
You could tell this one was sort of a. I mean, I feel like when I was younger, right? Like obviously, like when I'd read Game Informer or whatever, Shenmue 3 was always like, you know, like a joke, right? Like the ultimate vaporware. I think there was a Game Enforcer back when I was probably like 7 or 8, and it just had just like there was just a mini article in there, and the joke was just like Shenmue 3 announced Rio goes to the moon, and that's just just and it's just like a Photoshop of like Rio just sitting on the moon. It's like insanely stupid, but I mean that was like something you can make a joke like how nowadays like how like 90% of jokes are in that Family Guy mold where you just say a reference and then something else funny and then it's like, oh, this is a joke. Like people have been making that about Shenmue 3 for a long time. I think that sort of speaks to its like infamy in a way. It's funny because I didn't like sit down and read a lot of these reviews, but it is, from what I've always gathered, it's always been like if you got it, you got it. I think it like I said with the Shenmue 2 review on Xbox, where people are always saying it aged, like it's sort of aged like milk, right? I know people get upset at the like saying, "Oh, well, games don't age," blah blah blah, but like in the context of how people perceive it. Like I think it had its half-life of seeming really interesting was like real quick.
Yeah.
Because then like the actual open world genre came around.
Yeah.
And nowadays it's like
Yakuza
just
also
like
kind of
I mean, people doing the like, oh, Yakuza is like good Shenmue, which like I mean I don't think we need to go into that on here. Like everyone sort of already gets the gist on that, but like, you know, I think it's very much like it had a lot of like all the love at the time was it just being like this extremely novel experience, and I think it's harder to go back to now after. I mean, like if you gave this to someone now who would like knew a decent amount of video games, but would still be like quote unquote heavy quote unquote normie, right? There'd just be like, this is bad Red Dead Redemption 2, you know, like because there are games carrying on that legacy in that way, but they're like sort of put together in such a way that where there's at least a semblance of something outside of like just walking around and doing like 6 combat segments like through the whole game, right? I think that go ahead.
Oh yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah. I think that I mean I think Shenmue's already at the point where it's like there's sort of like there's this current of like especially like backlog people or like, and you know, like some of us in chat, like I feel like I fall in this group, like recontextualizing the game outside of like this very almost vanilla intent that I think the developers had going in, which is like not a bad way to go about it at all, but it is sort of like you have to have the ability to read that into it and have like the will to, right? Which is not like, it's not a noble thing. It's just you decided to play this video game and then, you know, pretend like it's a masterpiece. That's what I'm doing anyway. Like,
I mean, the book club kind of invites that.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah.
I
think. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was just reading the Yahtzee review because the relentless and frenetic combat cracked me up.
Brother.
But reading reviews for this game has been so funny from the time, because the only game I can think of while they're doing it is Mega Man Legends. That game came out in 97/8 on the PS1, and then 2000 on the N64. And you can like see, like Mega Man Legends wasn't received as a masterpiece, even though that game kind of owns back then. But then, like just in that 2-year window, critics were immediately like, "What is this garbage?" And games have come so far.
I remember that. Yeah. Fuck.
We now have I don't know. I'm trying to think of something.
We now have Shenmue.
PS2 launch title.
I brought up the Super iPad Wolf video specifically, not just because I fucking watch it or whatever, but I found it kind of fascinating that he sort of self-admittedly loved this game, or still loves this game, kind of, in his words. But then, for example, as specific issues he pointed out with the game, the fact that you have to wait for stuff to happen, and even just the fact that most of the people that you need to talk to are not sort of obviously marked on the real world, well, not real world, but the in-game world static map. And that was so odd that, again, I don't want to shit on him, but like, it was so odd to see someone who, you know, again, self-proclaims this a love for the game, but then doesn't really see the meaning or the purpose in those kinds of elements, right, as we kind of discussed. And it sort of makes me think about, yeah, kind of what Pang was getting at, where just the lens that you look at these games from is really obviously subjective, right? Where if you go at it with a, I think, more maybe traditional mindset, you want to follow the story, you just want to see what happens. Obviously, you're gonna think this game is a piece of shit. I don't know.
And I to be fair to him, you know, yeah, the quality of life discussion in games is one that's like very curious when it comes to like old games and like remasters and remakes and stuff.
Yeah,
and probably just being fair to those people who are like who think of those things exclusively as a quality of life perspective.
For sure, yeah.
But also like we talk about, and I think we all agree that this game looks good. But like, if he enjoyed it 20 years ago, and he still does enjoy it, but if you enjoyed it 20 years ago, probably 9/10 of that enjoyment was just having your shit rocked by like the craziest looking game of all time, you know?
Yeah.
So, and like that doesn't carry the same way. So I could totally see like, oh yeah, you know, maybe he is still a fan, but it's not divorced from that the way because I don't think any of us played this at all when we were younger yet.
Mm-hmm. No. I was even thinking, like you said earlier, the book club setting obviously changes our outlook a lot, and then, you know, at the same time you have to assume, okay, he played this for the video he was making in, and then you're probably more in this efficient state of mind, right, where you kind of want to get through the game at a good clip.
Yeah.
And it totally doesn't invite that. And yeah, it's very interesting.
The classic playing games to review games is the in fact worst way to play games.
Yeah.
I the closest I got to playing Shenmue when I was younger was picking up the PS4 collection at some point after it came out. I'm not sure, but I was probably still in high school at the time.
Was it that long ago? Damn.
Yeah,
2016.
I mean, like,
right?
I mean, I didn't get it when it came out, but like, I guess as a reference, I probably was like 16 when that collection came out.
Shit.
Then I got Shenmue 3 a little bit after it launched for a really shallow reason, but then I still didn't play the series. So there could have been a timeline where I like hated this shit. Because I bought like the fancy collector's edition of Shenmue 3 specifically because it had a Dreamcast case for Shenmue 3, and I thought that was really cool.
That's so awesome.
And then I never played the game.
I'm really honestly glad that I've played this game in this perspective and this time in my life, because I'm a rehabilitated Nintendron. And I remember when the Shenmue 1 and 2 collection came out, like, I cannot imagine me having played that game when I was like 16 or 17.
Oh my God,
like Luke was talking about.
You'd have been like, Ocarina of Time clears, actually. Wind Waker clears.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, oh yeah, Sega's dead for a reason, bro.
I think I was
Saturn
exclusively
died
playing
because
like
it didn't have Mario.
I think I was exclusively playing like Super Smash Bros. Melee and Super Metroid, like as sweaty as possible. Like there was no shot I would have liked Shenmue.
I think I was balls deep in a Tales of game, so I'm obviously doing better now.
I think that's part of where my like perception differs from y'all, because like when I first played Jet Set Radio at like 12 or 13, it was like game over. Like I had to like try every Dreamcast game possible. This is a very Dreamcast game too. I think that's part of why it like ages like milk, right? Because it's like Dreamcast died the year after this. Because if you look at this from the perspective of the Dreamcast library, this is the big adventure game, right?
Yeah.
And these kinds of like quirky, unorthodox like experiences in terms of the design, right, are really they're like the bread and butter for the console, right? Now most of it was arcade stuff, right? I'd have a really hard time coming up with the good arcade pill rationale behind Shenmue. It is there, like, because it is Yu Suzuki. Like, this is in a weird way, like, I mean, this is his idea of like how like an adventure game should look, right?
Virtual RPG.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it is like very representative of that console. And then, but if you played this on like, Xbox, like there's actual like adventure games on Xbox like that aren't like just walk around, like ones that gameplay can mix and shit. I mean, like imagine if this was released on PS2 and was going up against like, I don't know, like Ico, or not that Ico was super popular at launch, but maybe like a popular game like Metal Gear Solid 2 or like something like that. Like those are games that the integration between story and mechanics is still sort of wonky because it's just like, again, how the medium is. But like on Dreamcast, it probably would have hit so much harder because this would have been like, like the big release your console was waiting for, instead of like, oh, here's the leftovers from the old console because it sucks so hard. And so here's just like, here's the sequel to a game you never played, but nothing happened in that game other than like he gets a job and gets on a ship. And then you look at it, it's like, this has the ugliest bloom filter of all time. I'm not playing it anymore. Or you come back like a ton of years later because you saw Donkey do like the where can you find sailors at? And then you're like, oh, I have to play this game. Like,
yeah,
the context is just like so supremely different. It's not revolutionary anymore.
Yeah, and it's weird. Like I mentioned, like how I probably would have hated this a couple of years ago, but Shenmue's kind of gone through waves in my personal like, I guess, history with games, because like it's always been something I've been aware of, if only because I did grow up with the Dreamcast, and it always seemed like some weird like interesting thing. I mean, like it seemed like a Dreamcast game, and I loved my Dreamcast. But then I mean, for one reason or just did not have access to a Dreamcast for a long time, and then once I was like really starting to find a lot of games again, it was around that period of time where I was like almost like skeptical of a lot of stuff. Like I found out again about Shenmue, but in the sense like, oh, look at this old bad game, you know what I mean? And I think that like being like at an impressionable age where that's what I was absorbing, I was like, oh yeah, I can't wait to play this shit and hate it, you know what I mean? Because you like see like all these people finding Shenmue for the first time. It's like, wow, this game sure did age poorly, didn't it? And that's the perspective I would have gone into the game with had I played it a couple of years ago.
I think the first time I heard about Shenmue was also in the context of Death Crimson. So, for whatever that's worth, I maybe people talking shit on this game is the biggest barrier to other people enjoying it.
I think so,
dude. That's so true, because like I remember even fucking years ago expressing like randomly sort of, oh, I really need to play. Oh, I'm so glad I can play Shenmue now because they re-release it or something. And then this random guy being like, dude, fucking so unnecessary because Yakuza exists now. Why would you play this shit? And even at that point, having not played Shenmue, I had a very specific idea in my head that I don't really see them being the same thing at all. And the effort it would take to explain that to somebody is just not reasonable.
Yeah.
So obviously we touched on Shenmue being like positioned as the savior for the Dreamcast, and then obviously failing to do that.
Killed it.
Yeah. It that whole fucking time period obviously pivoted the. Well, maybe that's not accurate to say, but like it pivoted the direction of the company at least somewhat, in at least in the fact that they went third party in the end, and I still recall sort of the like this narrative would follow Sega for so long, right? Even past like the turn of the millennium, where clearly they still put out a lot of bangers around that time, even if not for their consoles, at least on the Xbox or the GameCube. But sort of around 2006, obvious reasons you can imagine what game I'm kind of thinking about. Even at that point, people were still so, in my perception at least, so stuck on Shenmue and the failure for the Dreamcast, and it was such a common talking point.
It feels like, and I've talked about this before, how Nintendo YouTubers get to dictate games history, and it's kind of cringe. It feels like
Last Guardian.
Sega did the funny thing with the Saturn, and John PlayStation was like $2.99 or whatever, and like the rest of Sega history is like a tumble down a hill. And it's been, as I've gotten older, it's like become like increasingly sad to me. Like I did like a kind of deeper dive on the Saturn last year to play like a bunch of random weird shit I'd never heard of. And I was like, dude, this owns. I feel bad for having bought the Nintendo propaganda before. And then I was like, wait, I loved Sega games as a kid on those other consoles. Like Sega, it's like their public image is like they can't do anything, even though they to this day still do tons of things that people love.
Yeah,
I mean, Yakuza, they own Atlus now. Sonic occasionally releases something people really like, which is about all you can hope for with someone as divisive as him at this point. It's interesting.
I almost think, like, I would say that Sega's probably doing the best right now that they've probably done in a while, because at least in the West, like the Western perception of Sega. Like I don't mean like financially or whatever, because I know they sold off their arcade business and all that. So like it's not exactly like all roses or whatever. But like in the West, like Yakuza is become very huge. Like I would say it's at the level of like a smaller AAA, right? Like regular people talk about Yakuza, and Sonic Frontiers was very well received comparatively, and I know that some people in here don't like that game as much, but it's they've still been going with they've been good about putting their old shit. They've been good about like licensing out their IPs. I think that, I mean, if we're being honest, that's like part of the old issue with Sega, right? Like part of the reason the Saturn bombed so hard is because there was like, they're like, okay, here's our slate of games, and it's like fucking Clockwork Knight and Three Dirty Dwarves and Knights and a stall, and it's like what are these IPs, bro? You'd have the IPs. Like, I think now it's like every corporation is on board. Like, you gotta have the IPs, right? But Sega was just it's so interesting because they're such a creator-driven company, and they were so like ignorant of the trends, right? Like they kept the arcade shit going like right up to the bitter end on Dreamcast. Like it sort of makes like Dreamcast games a little hard to go back to in terms of a lot of the actual Sega stuff is not really like a sit down for 10 hours experience. Shenmue is like one of the only ones with like the Sonic Adventure games and Skies of Arcadia and a couple other ones like the Sakura Wars and all that shit. But it's funny because you're right, Alan. Like Nintendo very much won that war, and they won the like design methodology war too, right? Like like every game is like fundamentally based on like some Mario Zelda game, like in the AAA for better or for worse. And Sega was like one of the few companies not doing that. I think you could even like argue, at least for Yakuza, like they're holding on to some of their old spirit, sort of through like a conglomerate style, which is like better than nothing. But it does make like Shenmue is like the last grasp of that. Like we're not only going to make like something that isn't like we usually make, but we're also going to make like a genre defining epic that didn't end up coming to be, but still is like, here's this like rough draft of like what could have been something revolutionary in terms of like I mean, it is revolutionary in terms of game design. I can't think of, like I said earlier, and like I said in the review, there's like so few imitators of this, and I really respect them for, you know, like I keep saying, committing to the bit. Like they committed so damn hard to this bit, and I like they eventually like financially within the year, like, and there's more factors than just Shenmue, but they obviously had to go third party, and then they're very creative driven structure that allowed like, you know, Yu Suzuki to have his own semi-autonomous studio. That all sort of like congealed back into, you know, like more corporate-run entities, that kind of thing. Seeing this as like a representative of that time, where like because there's some views that are like, oh, capitalism ruined it. It's like, well, capitalism like brought this in the first place, right? Like we've never really gotten to see what like a games industry could be like under anything other than capitalism. But it's for like a hot sec,
Sega art house.
Exactly. They just like they made a really bad financial decision that created a lot of really insanely interesting games. And so I have mad respect, especially for, I love some Genesis, but really Saturn and Dreamcast. Like they went so fucking hard on just doing whatever the fuck they wanted to, coming up with their own rules. I mad respect Sega for that shit.
Sega's just goated. I don't know what to say.
Sega's mad goated. You love Sega.
Woo!
I do feel you know, I let in by saying that, yeah, okay, this demon of like the Shenmue failure kind of haunted Sega for so many years. But recently I feel like it's not been the center of the conversation around Sega so much. I feel like maybe it's the, you know, the rising popularity of Yakuza. Maybe it's that people have been sort of happy with like recent Sonic games. Maybe it's that they purchased Atlas. It feels like the narrative is like in a slightly better place than it was.
Yeah, it's also, we talked about this a little bit.
Sorry, I was in bathroom break. I'm not sure if you mentioned it.
No, you're good. I also noticed, I was looking through, because Sega is one of those companies that just like makes RPGs, but like it is not an RPG company.
Yeah.
And they really like consolidated their IP. The last like weirdo game that they put out in the genre was Seventh Dragon 3 on the 3DS. And since then we've had a Shining game, a Valkyria Chronicles game, a Sakura Wars game, and a Phantasy Star game. So like that's like all their big hitters. They're just pumping those out nowadays, which I think is kind of cool. It's cool to see people be more positive about Sega. It took for them to be.
Yeah. I guess on a personal level, I wish we kind of touched on this with Yakuza 5, for example, right? Where just a lot of those mini games, they don't really have the same edge to them that they kind of used to have, right? Or, you know, they used to have in comparison to Sega's arcade games. And I guess I wish I would really love a sort of something like a modern Monkey Ball or an F-Zero GX, right? And it's really hard to say if that kind of I don't know if that ability even still exists in the company to pull something like that off. Something that's super mechanics focused, yeah.
I don't think they can. Yeah, I mean, well, honest to God, if you want it, you have to play fucking Project Diva or one of the other rhythm games. Like,
yeah,
the rhythm game division is going very strong. Surprisingly, I don't understand why, but like Chun of them is like big. When I was at MagFest, they had like 12 Chun of them cabinets, which is insane. Like a lot of people are migrating that, which is like, since Sega has like been very historically not great in that department. And Project Diva was sort of their like foray into that, like seeing them start to do stuff like My, and that's the only one I can think of at the moment. But Chun being this big success in like a very still B-money dominated world is great. But also like for like the 95% of people who listen is like, what the fuck did Ping just say? Like that's the issue. Yeah, like no rhythm games are so inaccessible and like hard to get into mechanically that's like it doesn't really make a difference. Like I mean, what the fuck else do they have? Like Border Break and, you know, like all these weird like like arcade MMOs. Like
They
it's
put
not,
Miku in Persona, bro. They're trying.
Yeah, it's so true. But you know, I think we are sort of past that era. I think it's been good for them to license the IP out to indies if they're not going to do anything with it. We were talking about earlier in Bird Gang about there was that leak about Jet Set Radio and Crazy Taxi, and you know, I think they could theoretically do a good job with one of these. Probably not Crazy Taxi. Like Crazy Taxi's too arcade pilled. Jet Set Radio is like
too specific. Yeah.
I feel like JSR is kind of like the perfect game for them to give that a shot with, because
I agree.
Both of those first two games are pretty flawed in different ways, but the aesthetic will grab people in current year regardless of that, because that aesthetic is maybe trendier now than it was then.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The way you bait Zoomers is with graffiti. So
yeah. I mean, you can nowadays you can sort of shit out an open world game, you know, like And there's a
what they did with Frontier.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, like, and it would have to be more intricately designed than something Frontier, which is just like content vomit in a way, right? But you know, I think maybe something like that. But trying to imagine something like I don't know. I was about to say. I mean, I don't know if they can even do Shenmue again, but they do. It is Yakuza. Like, I hate to admit that, but it is sort of that is their very like modern filtered interpretation of what people would want from like I know like a lot of the similarities are, you know, surface level, but Shenmue is sort of a surface level game mechanically. Let's be real with ourselves. Like, they not to say that Yakuza fleshes it out in a lot of meaningful ways, but they mix the AAA-isms into the stew, you know, like they're like, okay, we heard you say that you hated this and this about Shenmue. It's not fun. So what if we made Shenmue fun? Which it sort of misses the point, right?
Yeah.
But you know, that's how the mainstream goes. There's not really much point of fighting against it, especially when you can go back and like play this game, you know, or play Shenmue 3, which is like, man, I really want to play that game.
Yeah, we joked earlier in the pre-show that Shenmue 3 might be the game that ends Beach Gen Game Club. Maybe that's going to be our final episode. It's an honorary Beach Gen, if you think about it.
Did you want to go into, like, speaking of which, like what we might do in the future regarding Beach Gen?
Yeah, I guess like this perfect segue again. Thank you. I guess I want to ask y'all first how we kind of sort of touched on it a little bit, but this whole book club experience. This is obviously our first time doing it. How do you guys feel about it?
It's been good. I've enjoyed this a lot.
It was kind of better than, because like I had this idea and I messaged Luke and Ziad, and I was like, I couldn't really imagine how many people would participate. I couldn't really think about how it would like react to like different types of games and stuff. And obviously we've done one game so far, but
yeah,
Shenmue's kind of a tough nut to crack, and it's gone like better than I could have expected. I really had a great time.
Yeah. In a way, it was like the perfect one to start with as well. I feel like there was so many little things about it that made it perfect. Just the time it came out in, the fact that it's Dreamcast, which arguably is like the first Beach Gen console, right? Maybe even the defining Beach Gen console, if you will. The fact that
the GameCube's called Dolphin, bro.
Okay, you know what, you got me.
I do have one counterpoint as to why it's not the best game we could have started out with, because there are no beaches in this video game.
That is so true.
Yeah.
There's an ocean.
There's
plenty of ocean.
Yeah, there is.
I was gonna say we're actually frauds.
Yeah. That's all I can think about for the entirety of the third disc. I'm like, man.
Yeah.
Having a beach in this game would have got, this would have been like the sexiest beach of all time had there been one.
Oh my god. Eventually there's gonna be Sonic Adventure and Mario Sunshine Month. Like that like I know there's some division here about this sort of suggestion, but it just has to happen at some point, right?
Unfortunately, yeah. Well, actually, Actually, for whatever reason, I've played both of these games a bunch of times, and I don't really like either of them. But I would much rather play Sonic Adventure.
I think
Honestly,
I do actually sort of like that one.
we should stage that one as just a debate between me and Peng.
Which one? Sonic Adventure or
Por qué no los dos? I'm down for both.
yeah, we should do like the back to back. Just like I don't know. I have good things to say about Sonic Adventure. I just also have bad things to say about it. At least compared to Sunshine, where I have bad things in like one.
Would you say that Sonic had a rough transition into 3D?
I said this in my review, and then immediately like dispelled it. I went to so much effort to shit all over that because Sega was so fucking gassed with 3D. I think I said this in the earlier episode the earliest segment.
But... Yeah, because like Virtua Fighter,
they sort of killed it. No one's ever done like. There's very few games that even now have like the speed of Sonic in 3D, and they sort of killed it out the gate. It's shocking that they just made it worse like continually as time went on from there. But that's not Shenmue. I'm sorry for getting off the point, but
no, it's all good. I guess like one thing that you may have noticed sort of as we progressed from session to session with our Shenmue discussion, we eventually were fewer and fewer people every time. I think that was kind of to be expected. It was sort of to the level that I anticipated. I obviously, pie in the sky, you would want everybody to fucking discuss the game every day and like to stick with it to the end, right? And even though that didn't happen, I'm still very satisfied. I think there was like enough energy to make it really enjoyable and to sustain the whole thing.
Yeah, and Shenmue is like kind of like a weirdly committal game in a lot of ways too.
Yeah,
like, you really got to like role play like we were talking about earlier, compared to like something. I mean, we've toyed with a lot of ideas with some smaller stuff as well, but certain smaller games you can easily just like smoke in a weekend and like have a lot to stay on them.
Yeah,
Shenmue, where it's like, I mean, for us it took like at least a month for a lot of us to finish it. You know what I mean?
It's also like I beat the game before Ziad and you, Luke. And I had things I wanted to say immediately, but I was like, maybe I should just like not. Whereas like if we're playing Crazy Taxi, I'm gonna just be posting scores and telling y'all to like pull up.
Yeah, that's one slight flaw in the concept that I also sort of ran into where, you kind of want people to discuss like just immediately, right? But then at the same time, when we're the ones who are like really involved in like the discussion and the quote unquote podcast, and then naturally you just want to save your points for that. Sort of interesting dilemma, but still didn't really diminish the experience.
I was about to say, I think the podcast were like good enough like discussions that we didn't need to be constantly like
exactly. I feel very fulfilled. I'm very curious to see how future games are going to go with that. But I think we sort of tentatively decided that the next episode that you'll hear will be about Resident Evil 4 and the Resident Evil 4 remake. This will not be a super carefully researched, prepped episode like this one was, because like obviously we can't do that every month, right? It's a pretty big commitment. We picked it specifically because it's obviously a hot topic right now, and we wouldn't have to prepare it very much because all of us have been, or most of us, I think Alan hasn't played it yet, have been playing it anyway. So you can look forward to that.
I was gonna say that like with regard to my reviews like that I write, this actually made it like having this podcast format is a lot easier because I think I shat out like 3,500 words on Resident Evil 4 remake, and I have so much to say about that game. I have a lot to say about Shenmue too, and I was like, I already said a bunch on the podcast. I'm just gonna link the podcast in the comments of my review anyway. So what if I just get like a nice tight 600 words out that people are actually going to read and not get mad at me for, because backlogged intelligentsia seems to be very against the remake right now. But we'll have to dispel those notions. I'm ready to go to bat for it. I'm ready to do the standard mode speedrun. I'm not going to go through professional because it sort of looks like dick. But I don't know. Maybe we can get Heather on for that one. She can talk about it.
Yeah, Mercenaries.
We got a bunch of RE.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say we got a lot of RE4 heads in here, so I'm
Mhm.
wondering where like the discussion might like diverge from some people.
Yeah.
Like, I think a lot of us have generally been positive, but
Yeah.
I think there will be a little bit of like divides on some certain things.
I think I'm just gonna, because all of y'all, I think that I've heard talk about it, at least sound like really like swell on it. I think I'm just gonna go in with the hater mindset just to see what happens. the hater book club, you know.
Damn. You could do our thematic. We can do like an hour and a half of thematic analysis.
Yes, yeah, that's my shit, bro. I love words.
See, I as you see, I haven't posted anything on that game yet. But like when I started to write about it, I crossed like 1,000 words and I didn't talk about the gameplay yet. I'm like, God damn it! Like,
oh, yeah, I was like,
I can't wait for DMC3, bro. Y'all are not ready to hear me talk about Lady
yes.
They really did so much work to pull you into Leon's PTSD, and like it really, the experience is so affecting. Actually, yeah, it's really funny that. Again, we kept mentioning Bird Gang, the Discord that most of us are in, and we just have this massive fucking thread that's just titled "RE4 Make is here" in all caps, and yeah, you can just really tell that somehow this Discord was just a melting pot of the hardest fucking RE4 fans in the universe, and then obviously the remake was because of that just a huge fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Just
event.
Yeah, event. Yeah, it was a huge reason to fucking debate constantly. I'm very excited to talk about it as well. I'm pretty positive on it as well. I'm gonna spoil now, but I'll say Mercenaries definitely.
It's so dog shit.
Mercenaries definitely rekindled my interest as well to like dive back in before we discuss. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Crapcom make a new game challenge.
Impossible.
Rap saying historical context is pointless. Words bad. Talk your shit,
It's
King.
so true.
Oh, y'all
freak
better
out
be
loud.
ready for the Persona 3 versus Persona 3 remake.
Oh
podcast.
shit! Actually, you know what? That's
no.
a great idea. Fuck.
That's still just a rumor, right?
Yeah, the leak.
Like, that's
well, those
there is
quote
footage
the leak.
with a Yukari model that like is not from the dancing games. So
okay, so that's the same as where the JSR.
yes, exactly.
See,
Yeah.
Alan, you're looking at this backwards. It's just going to be Persona 3 dancing DLC.
But they already gave us $200 of DLC for it.
I forgot.
not enough.
Like Atlas just does that.
Fatless strikes again. My favorite company.
So
You're so right. The JSR
The
footage looks
JSR
fucking
footage looks so
stupid.
sick.
So I think talking about Atlas and Persona is like where we need to stop. You know, like
Yeah,
we don't want to get too deep into that kind of shit.
The beach gen game for that is going to be Shin Megami Tensei 9. We're all going to import it.
Actually,
I have beaten that game.
No,
you've
fucking
beaten
way.
that game?
Don't test me.
Are you fucking serious? I was gonna
Yeah.
unironically say 9 feels like the beach gen one, you know? Cause like
It has the single best pre-rendered backgrounds I've seen in a video game.
shit. Okay.
Also, we're done with the episode now, right? So this is not going in.
Oh no, it is like all everything.
This is not going.
Like the last 5
Damn.
minutes that was still like in there, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess this is a good note to end. Yeah. See you guys.
Catch you later.
Goodbye.
Okay,
Oh, later.